You're live. Hello again. Just a couple of things. Nothing um, groundbreaking or brilliant. Just, what if? Who is the real Forrest Fenn? Were we supposed to find all of the Forrest Fenn? The DB Coopers? Mega Man? Stickman? There are other people that, come to mind, but it's not my. If people want to talk about those sort of, and they already have, so that's why I don't want to talk about them. But there are other names that you were supposed to find as Forrest Fenn. So I wish I could have lived to do things I was attributed to. Forrest says, I hope nobody ever finds out when asked who is the real Forrest Fenn. So was the game to find all of them? Were you supposed to find quite a few people that could be Forrest Fenn? That in itself is something. And then I want to look at free will. That covers two different topics, really, but same sort of thing. And then JCB and Forrest Fenn. I'm pretty sure there were people out there, and they know who they are. When I mentioned this a long time ago, that there may be a connection between Forrest Fenn and JCB. And some very adamant people, not too kind in their words, made it known, that possibly I was stupid in believing that there was even the slightest connection. Hey, Zozo, how are you doing? I hope all is well in your world, not war world, your world. So, firstly, we'll do the free will thing. So, people in the chase and all throughout the world, even, religious people, believe that every choice they make was theirs. I don't know about that. So, good or bad, let's look at it this way. If someone in the future has deemed that these events already took place, was it because of your free will, or was it because of theirs? Not their free will, but their manipulation. You see, if there is a God and he wants things to happen in a certain way and allows bad things to happen and puts it down to us having free will, if he allows it to happen, was it our free will? Or was it because he wanted it to happen? Or she? Well, you. Cute Braveheart saying, freedom! Free will. It has free will too. We are made in the image of, exactly, you don't know the gender. It is an, yes. But I don't suppose there was a but. So we go back to what came first, the chicken or the egg? It doesn't happen as a spontaneous event. It has to be created. The two have to be created together as one for it to exist. The one can't exist without the other. You can't take an egg and expect to have something grow without it being nurtured. And it could only be nurtured by whomever created that egg. That in itself is something to think about. Either being first, in order to survive, there must be free will or a plan in place that is not antagonistic to freedom. See, therein lies the rub, which is what Forrest said. Making plans is antagonistic to freedom. No free will. If things are set in motion and you must do this, then free will goes out the window because you must do this. But if you already did it, 10 years in the future, they know you already did it. Is it free will? Or were you allowed to do it because it suited somebody's purpose? So if you were supposed to find all of the Forrest Fenn that he allowed you to find, whether it be D.B. Cooper, whether it be the Omega Man, what was the other one? All I can think about is the Running Man. Omega Man and the another man. I can't remember what it was. It'll come back to me. Wow, Zozo, you're really hitting the keyboard. No, but don't divert. We all speculate. No, Forrest Fenn. No Forrest Fenn talk. There must be. I use my free will. So it must be true. Okay, I'm allowed to do it. I still win. I haven't lost, that is for sure. No. Well, I don't think it's about winning or losing. I don't think, that's all a perception, isn't it? Whether you win or lose. The ability to survive and carry on going, that in itself is success. Success. The fact that you wake up another day and you can carry on. So that is already a victory. You can only have victory over someone else if they're actually challenging you for that victory. Otherwise, you're just playing against a game against yourself. So we find all the Forrest Fenn, and none of them are correct. And he hopes nobody would ever find out, and he hopes that he knows no one can think his thoughts. So that's a bit scary. Then we think we have free will to think in ways in how to find the answers. But if we were meant and guided subliminally, that word, subliminally, then was it our free will? Did we choose all of the answers that we got? Or were we led to those specific answers? See, the worst part about this is Forrest said I tried to think of everything. How far did that go? Did he think of what you could do, Tim? Did he think of what I would do? Did he think of what David B would do? Did he think of what Street would do? Did he think of what Troy would do? Did he think of what Dave Paisano would do? Did he know all of these possible scenarios? And were we guided along the path to reveal all the Forrest Fenns that we found? Whether they be part of their soul, this is a Forrest Fenn, this is what he talked about, this is why my soul was this, and this is the real Forrest Fenn because he was really this person. So we find all the Forrest Fenn, then what? Surely there has to be a correct Forrest Fenn. But the correct Forrest Fenn is not who he seems to be, because things are not what they seem. Oh no. So you spend all your time believing that everything that's happening is real. But it isn't. So every answer achieved in a virtual world is incorrect, because all the information received is virtual information. It's not real. The words are not real. The images are not real. It's not real. So we had a virtual chase trying to find the answer to virtual questions. So if the story is real and the treasure is real, maybe we need to look at the real story and the real treasure, and not the virtual story and the virtual treasure, because nothing is as it seems. So now we know that Forrest is not real. We can find out who the real Forrest Fenn is, even though Forrest hoped that nobody would find out. And yet we were challenged to find out. So with free will comes great responsibility. No, with free will, not free willing, we should be able to get the correct answer, except Forrest thought of everything. So if Forrest thought of everything, then he knows our answers, which is what he said in the poem. The answers I already know. So now we have to try and think, if Forrest has all the answers and he knows the answers we're going to give him, but these answers are virtual answers, they're not real answers. They're answers that have been planned, antagonistic to freedom. We were all enslaved in the chase to the answers that Forrest already knew. Now, that's scary, isn't it? That means there was no free will for us. We were meant to do what we were meant to do, and we were allowed to do what we were meant to do, because the Creator had already planned it. He tried to think of everything. Now, the one thing that would go against all of that is a person knowing that the Creator thought of everything, which means the answer must be listen to what he said. So you can't think my thoughts, he says. No one can think my thoughts, which means if Forrest thought of everything, any of those thoughts that we came up with have already been thought of by Forrest, because he thought of everything. Hang on. Hey, Luli, how you doing? Greetings from the Rocky Mountains. It's cold. It's not so cold here, but it's not, you know. Oh, good afternoon. It's nearly still this day, the 4th soon. But good afternoon to you, Luli. We do it all. Failures, successes, all are, yes, but already planned, which is what I'm trying to say. Excuse me. Already planned. Our failures and successes are already destined. Possibly. If it's like the chase. Because the answers I already know. Not me. We're told the answers already known. And if the human race and the planet was set up to start and end in a particular way, then if the answers are already known in the future, that means whatever we do has already been planned, but not by us. So we don't know what we're going to do in 4 days' time. We don't know where we're going to be, what we're doing. But if everything is already planned, we're going to do what was already planned, whether we think that we did it ourselves or whether we did it because we're supposed to. Because the problem with time travel is if you go back in time and change something, it affects the future. But if the person in the future knows how it's going to happen, then us knowing about the future, we don't change it. So if we go back to the Bible, I know people don't believe it, I'm just saying it as an example. What's going to happen has already been predicted. Now, if it's true that you can affect the future, you should be able to do something to change what's already been predicted. Plans. Free will. So have we got free will or not? Are we just playing a part? Everyone has their part. Life is a stage. Everybody plays their part. So we're just reading the lines that we're supposed to read, which is what we did in the chase. We followed all the lines. Well, not all of them because they didn't all cross. Only the person who was supposed to succeed made all the lines cross. But we followed all the lines. And that led us to whichever soul that it led us to. But it was already thought of by the person who created it. Which means the answer can't be correct. Because it was already thought of. So was the purpose to make it so obvious for all of these answers that nobody would question them? Basically just follow blindly. Just believe that everything they came up with was because of their own free will, their own ability to choose a direction. And yet, that direction was already mapped out. So basically, instead of walking down a long road and trying to achieve a soul, you stood on an escalator. And it took you there. Unknowingly. I don't mean an escalator that goes up. I mean one of those that you see at the airport or whatever. You stand on and it just goes along. So whilst you'll think you're walking down this road and taking all this information as you go along, you're already going in the direction that you're meant to go to the point that you're supposed to get to and think that you did it all by yourself. and not question the reality. So we have now JCB. And when I first mentioned it, everyone was like, well, not everyone, but people were like, oh, it's got enough to do with JCB. Well, it's got enough to do with JCB. And yeah, I see Dave Paisano, only just for a little bit, so thanks for that, Dave. But talking about the Forrest Fenn poem in the JCB book and wondering whether, some people get a head start because they got the book early. I don't think it's going to be that easy that, by the time people get the book, it's already over. So, already planned. Anything that we did in the thrill of the chase has led us to this point. And David was talking about a white mark, and should I go back? Well, why not? The only thing about that would be, well, you could hide it in the same place, but nobody would ever find it there. Or you could hide it in the same place and somebody would find it there. Or you could hide it in a place that's already been found and there was nothing there, but now there is, which I think is what David was saying. It wasn't there when he went, but is it there now? Now, you'd have to be a bit like Solomon. You'd have to be wise enough to know it would be foolish not to look. Not because it would be foolish not to look, but now that you've told everybody where it was, under that drain thing, I suggest you go there before they go there. Because if it is there, then they will know where it is and they'll go and you've done all the work for nothing. Not trying to beat Forrest, but to listen and walk with Forrest is a lot easier than trying to beat him. Considering nothing is as it seems, and words don't mean what you think they do. You are never going to find the right answer with the wrong information. That's impossible. It's impossible. If you got the wrong information, you will get the wrong answer. If you start with nothing, you will end up with nothing. It doesn't matter how good that nothing is, you will end up with nothing. So if you don't have the correct warm water salt, because I heard some of the poem and basically similar to the Forrest Fenn poem, but slightly different. But if you start with nothing, you will always end up with nothing. Just putting more nothing on top of more nothing doesn't get you something. So you have to have a correct start. And you have to understand why you're starting there and understand how it finishes. I don't mean just think that you have it right. I mean, no, 100%. This is right. This is correct. This is nailed down. I know 100% everything that I've done is correct. I was going to say, no, precise. That's the word I'm looking for. Precise. Everything that I've done is precise. And it's good to listen good. So I haven't seen the poem. I only heard what David Paisano was reading, some of it. But here, Hear, Here, does it have the same meaning or doesn't it? Like, let's not assume that Everything that we're going to hear in one poem is exactly the same as the other, even though it's very similar. Or not, hang on. Or not. Then why did they occur? Indirect variable to each of us, but an intentionality for the one who did the action. Yes, so what I'm saying is you're allowed to do the action because you already did the action. Somebody from the future is looking and going, yeah, next I'm going to go and pick this up. So from the future, they're telling me that next I'm going to go and do that. Next, I'm going to say this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to go there. I'm going to whatever. I already did it. Somebody in the future has already seen that I did all these things. And I'm allowed to do them. And if I was going to do something that I wasn't allowed to do, then out of the blue, something would happen and stop me doing it. I think they're called miracles or something. So, or a coincidence, or a act of fate, or whatever. So you would be walking along, and all of a sudden something will fall out of the sky and just miss you. And rather than carry on going down that road, you go a slightly different way. You weren't going to do that, but because this thing happened, you did this. Is it your free will, or was it someone interfering in whatever plan or thought that you had? So it boils down to, is your free will yours? And how can you guarantee that it's yours? If you have a correct soul, if there's an answer that you need, and there's only one way of getting that answer, that is the poem, then how do you go about getting that answer? Knowing the person who gave you the poem already knows the answers. Don't tell me you found the chest. I don't need to know your name. Read me what the poem says. So that means anything that you say to Forrest regarding a chest is irrelevant to him. He already knows the answer. He knows if you found the chest. He knows if that's the answer that he wants. He's saying it's not the answer that he wants. So does he want to know the where? Where did you find a chest? Does he want to know the who? Does he want to know what? Now we're told the who and the where is up to the finder. Well, everybody knows the who, because if you're the finder and you say, let's say it's Zozo. Zozo comes out and says he's the finder. Well, we already know it's Zozo. He doesn't need to tell us the who. He may need to tell us the where, even though he's already put himself out. But he may need to tell us the where, but we know the who. So why would he tell us the who? Unless there's a different who. And logic says there must be a different who, because Forrest says, I'll put some hair in the olive jar, or wherever you put it. I think it was the olive jar. I'll put some hair in the olive jar, some hairs, 2 hairs. So in the future, they will know the crazy fool who did this, whatever, hid this opulent cash. However he said it. Now we know who hid it, we think, because he told us he did. Major Forrest Fenn said to us, I hid a chest in the Rocky Mountains. If you find it, you can have it. Oh, hang on. Is that an empty chest? I hid a chest in the Rocky Mountains. If you find it, you can have it. I hid the chest and then I hid the treasure in the same afternoon. So that was that the same afternoon, or was it a Thursday afternoon? So I hid it Thursday afternoon in one week and hid it Thursday afternoon in another week. Or did he hide a chest and then the treasure in two different places or the same place? He's not really forthcoming with precise information, considering you have to follow the 9 clues precisely. All his information, just like the poem, is ambiguous if you think about them. They're not precise enough to say, yes, he did do this thing that I am thinking. So we are attributing Forrest to doing these things that he said he did, but only because we think that what he said was, I hid a chest full of treasure on a Tuesday. But he didn't say that. We think he said something like that. It could have been Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but we think that he hid a chest with treasure in one afternoon because he made statements that could mean that. But he made statements that couldn't mean that either. Could be something totally different. I hid the chest in summer. But summer means so many things. I think one of them is wood. So if you're brave and in the summer, I'll give you title to the gold. How does that work? So in the thrill of the chase, the one thing we need to take from it is words don't mean what you think they do. Now you add that to Forrest Fenn being a wordsmith and add it to Forrest Fenn learning English. So whilst that may put you at a disadvantage if you are Chinese, Australian, Russian, American, if you listened to Forrest and learnt Fenn speak, then everybody would be on the same playing field. The fact that you choose to ignore the information that is given, that puts you at a disadvantage. If I told you the home of Brown, you go right straight to it. If you choose to ignore that statement, it puts you at a disadvantage. Solve the first 2 clues, walk right by the chest. If you choose to ignore that information, it puts you at a disadvantage. So your free will puts you at a disadvantage. So you need to follow the plan or read the program, because without the program, how will you know what's going to happen? So the chase we thought had ended, and yet there was an olive jar that disappeared. This said olive jar has turned up, and in this olive jar there is important information. We believe it's possible to read what's in the olive jar by reading the poem. So do you really need the olive jar? Well, there are 2 hairs in there. If people want the answer to the thrill of the chase, one would have to deduce that if we find the crazy fool who did this through those hairs, that may give us answers. Funces. Or effunces. Epic fun answers. So we move on to a different page now. But are we still in the same chase? See, the chase could last for 1,000 years. We were told. And people don't want to believe information that comes out. I don't know why not, but they don't want to believe it because they have their own way of thinking, free will. They choose to do what they choose to do. Do they? See, sometimes if you start talking about, I don't know, sweet corn and butter, barbecued ribs, chicken, sausages, buns, does that make you hungry? Does that make you maybe want to have something to eat? Are you doing it because you wanted to do it? Or are you doing it because somebody made you do it? So the power of words makes you think and then act. Was it your choice or your weakness that made you do that? So I tried to find answers, not based on what I wanted to do, based on what I had to do, what I was told to do, and therefore no free will. I could not choose the path I wanted to do or walk because I had no free will. And there lies the issue. You see, something was supposed to happen. Something was going to end the chase, and it was already planned. And if you wanted to be at the end of it, you had to follow the plan. You had to follow the program. Even if those choices weren't yours. Even if it's not what you thought. Even if it's not what you wanted to do. It's what you had to do. So you chose to do what you had to do because you had to do it. It wasn't free will. You did it because you had to do it. Even though you think you chose it, you haven't. You did it because you had to. It was the only way to get the answers. So you're led down a path, not too far to walk, through your own choosing, but the path you took was not your choice. You ended on that path because that was the path you were told to take. Like door 1, door 2, door 3. Take door 3. But I want to go door 1. Door 3 is the correct path. What about door 2? Door 3 is the correct path. But that's not fair. I want to go down door 2. Well, go down door 2. You've got free will, go down door 2. It won't lead you to the correct place. So you go down door 2 and you go down door 1. because it's your free will to do so, but doesn't lead to the correct place. So therefore, going through door 3, not free will. And yet it is. You could have gone down door 2. You could have gone down door 1. That would have been your free will. But your free will took you into door 3. Even though you were told to go through door 3. You see, you believe quite easily that this is your choice. I chose to go through door 3. Did I choose to go through door 3? Or was I told to go through door 3? So that's life. We make decisions based on everything around us. And we think those are our choices. But are they really our choices? Or have we already been given a destiny? A place to go, a place to be, a time to be there? And if we were going to go the wrong way, something would happen. You see, sometimes it only takes a second to change your life. Leaving the house a second earlier and something bad may happen. Leaving your house a second later and something bad may happen. And some days people say, phew, it's a good job I spent time talking to so-and-so, otherwise I would have been in that accident. It's a good job I forgot my keys and had to go back, otherwise I would have been in that accident. Sometimes our free will has been taken over by the universe. And we do things we don't want to do. We do them because we have to do them. So we're at the point now where we could choose to go on another hunt, a JCB hunt. There's treasure inside. We could choose that. Or we could not choose that. Can you not choose it? Would it be wise to not choose there's treasure inside hunt? Based on the fact that you already have an idea of what's happened. And if there are people in the world that are more likely to find the answers, I would say they have already been in the Forrest Fenn hunt. Those people that have been in the Forrest Fenn hunt are more likely to find the answers. Not because they're experts, because obviously people have had a rough time in the thrill of the chase, being outsmarted, it seems, by Major Forrest Fenn. But the fact that that happened means it won't happen again, or shouldn't happen again. Because if things are not what they seem, those people in the Forrest Fenn chase already have an idea. But maybe they need to not be so, I don't want to say gullible, trusting. I don't mean that in a bad way. Trusting that things are what they seem. Whilst there is no shenanigans going on, well, maybe shenanigans, but not, malice. trusting that the information you're given is to help you. So if you're told things are not what they seem, stop believing it's what they seem. If you're told that words don't mean what you think they do, stop believing that words mean what you think they do. If you're told that it's meant for an English major, then you better start believing that it's meant for an English major, etc., etc., etc. Now, if you're new to the Forrest Fenn community, all of that will pass you by and you won't understand it. So if there are 5 chests and a knowledge jar that has information in it, what is of the most importance to you? Oh, people have been talking, I think, and I'm not even. Oh, that's okay. No, they haven't. Maybe I have. Oh, there's loads of people in. Sorry. No tigers. Hi, Fendi. Oh man, that's loads. What happened there? I'm gonna have to start from here. It's too far back. Forest, plenty of fish. Hi, Fendi. The second poem talks about fishing. Things don't mean what you think they do. Words don't mean what you think they do. I'll have to rush. Also, early editions of The Lion King, Gas, the sex scene with the leaves blowing. Simba talks to Mustafa P. Show it. Watch it in slow speed to verify. Very clever. The Rescuers. Yep, I remember that. And Little Mermaid. Hi, Tim. How you doing? So I'm going to rush through. Fendi, little bit. Pinto, Flanks, kids could be watching. No, it's not meant for kids. I could show you the home of Brown right now. But you've seen it, Sir Ian. Hey, Davey, how you doing? Read the contents. Watch the video. I don't know what you're all talking about. It's clear Disney Core has a sex. What's going on? Add since, no load, or many. Tigger! Woo! Oh, I thought it said free. Nearly. Well, I don't know. Willie's on the outside, not on the inside. Fanny Jones, what home of Brown are you referring to? Clemson? What the heck is that? There's also an early edition of Raiders of the Lost Ark that, if it is still sealed, command some value. Yes, it would. Death Valley. Hi, Tim. No tigers, free Willy, just lambs. Oh, that sounds like Hannibal Lecter. Right there in black and white. Hey, Trusted. Hey, Trusted. Didn't know you were in. Hi, how's it going? Trusted. MJ, woohoo. Door 1, you'll take. God, how is that how long ago you were in? Door 1, door 2, door 3. Take the money out in the box. It's good to see you, MJ. Or read you. Q's Jimmy Buffet or Buffet? Righto. Old chap. Trusted. I am making roasted butternut squash with sweet potatoes, Brussels sprouts, and crap. Oh, see what I mean about making people hungry. MJ Woody, Trusty Fendi. Just never. Hey, Star, how you doing? Just never leave your home. Oops, what's going on there? Cabbage squash or acorn squash. Fixing your brakes. Fixing your brakes has stopped many an accident. Sounds good, Luli. I've had a lot of those types of things happen. Seconds matter. Yes, seconds matter. And, the universe lets you know. No thanks, been there, done that. Don't know what that is. Davey B, they're pretty important. Also, cranberry and goat cheese. Ooh. Starts most things from moving forward. Hey, mate. Yeah, so forward. That's another thing. Let's talk about forward. No one had a chance. The first thing to place in order is nothing is as it seems. Nothing is as it seems. Happy Sunday, MJ. Hi, Lily. Happy Sunday. Chili cook-off. Woohoo! I haven't had feta cheese in a long bit. I like feta and spinach calzone. Ooh. So, I forgot what it was now. Forward. So, people say it's always good to go forward, but picture this. You're walking to the edge of a cliff. Is it always good to keep going forward? I don't think so. So it's always wise to know when it's time to stop. To just keep going forward, thinking that that's going to lead you somewhere. It may lead you somewhere, but not where you want to be. So forward is good, definitely. But don't lose sight of where you're going to be if you just keep going forward. Yummy. Hi, baby dear. Sure was hot. Don't know if that's a tomato or an apple. And a cigarette. Forward party. Onwards and upwards. Hatch chili is the best. Never heard. Hi, Woody. How you doing? Never heard of that. Hatch chili. That sounds like something a rabbit would have. A Mexican rabbit, even. A Mexican rabbit. Sorry, I missed all the other stuff. I was so busy talking about rubbish that I missed it. You know what I'm like. I don't really talk much about anything half decent. But as a community, I think if it is moving forward with Forrest Fenn or JCB, or JCB and Forrest Fenn, or JCB as Forrest Fenn, or however, you need to move forward. If you're going to put up barriers before you start, then you can't. There's no point. There's no point. If you're already going to put up a barrier, that means you stop yourself already. So, whilst it's a good idea to rid yourself of everything that's been done and either not take part in the JCB hunt or take part in the JCB hunt and understand that whoever is what's it called, the dungeon master, they're there to help you. Ignoring the dungeon master is not going to get you anything. They're there to help you, to guide you. So whilst you may believe you got this, you don't have it. You don't. More often than not, if you've been set a task by somebody and they remain around to help you, it's because you need the help. That's why they're there. That's why Forrest was there. He was there to help us. The fact that he was around there helping is because we needed him to help. Now, some people say, yeah, but, he's putting people off and sending them the wrong way. And no, he wasn't. He was telling the exact truth. They were not listening to the different words that he was saying. Because words don't mean what we think they do, and nothing is as it seems. So if you choose to ignore those statements, then you're not going to get any answers. Let's say I substitute the number 6 for the number 3, and I ask you what 3 times 3 is, and you choose to ignore the fact that I said that 6 is 3. 3 times 3 is 9. 6 times 6 is not 9. So if someone's telling you how to get the answer and you ignore that statement, you're not going to get the answer. It's not going to happen. So if I substitute a 3 for a 9 and say, what is 3 times 3? What's the answer? Who's going to give the answer? Somebody put the answer in. So I've given you how to get the answer. I've given you that. That's all you need to get the answer. Don't say anything else. You know what 3 times 3 is. You know that answer because I gave you how to get the answer. So who's going to be the first one to tell me? Who's going to get the shining star? Gosh, where? Is that we are or where? Gosh, we're going to get much rain. My son comes to visit Ilvaku from, that's especially Austin. He stops for his return trip. Thanks, Amy. Oh, you're so smart. You are. You're a good one. You're a good one. It's always good to read you, but even better now. Oh, Tim comes in second with 81. You're just copying Amy. I can tell. You're copying Amy. No, I know you're smart too, Tim. It just shows, though, women, they're so much smarter than us. And that's how simple the chase is, really. And probably how simple JCB will be if we can hear the information that's being given to us. If you choose to ignore that simple statement, then you're going to get 9. And I could take it one step further. The answer is 9. 8 and 1 is 9, which happens to be the number in my life, for most of my life, where I lived. Not every single place, but I would say 90% of the no, probably more than that. 95% of the places that I've lived in my life, they all add up to 9. I lived at 81. I've lived at 36. I mainly live at number 9. Even my son lives at number 9 now. He moved from out of this place 9 and moved to another house that's number 9. So if you add numbers together, so I've always lived in a house pretty much that adds up to 9. I don't know what that means, but thanks, Amy and Tim. Second prize though, Tim. Sorry, mate. So it goes. Somebody heard quicker. But that is how the chase was. Forrest gave us the answers every single time. Not every single time, but he was giving us the answers. Well, he was giving us 2 or 3 answers, depending on what it was he was talking about. And you have to go, oh yeah, all right, okay. What's that answer to? So you keep that answer and then look for the next one, look for the next one, look for the next one. So the first answer is if I told you the home of Brown, there's your answer. If I told you the home of Brown, you go right straight to it. That's your answer. That's your answer. So you listen to that. That's the answer. Then you hear, if you know the home of Brown, no. If you have the home of Brown, why are you worried about the blaze? So he's doubled down on the answer that he's already given you. If I told you the home of Brown, you go right straight to it. Then, if you know the home of Brown, why are you worried about the blaze? Well, the blaze has to be at the home of Brown because that's where the chest is. And if you're going straight to the home of Brown, and that's where the blaze is, then that's where the chest is. And then he says, if you have the home of Brown, why are you worried about warm water's hold? So again, he's told you the answer is the home of Brown, and he's telling you the blaze is at the home of Brown, and he's telling you that warm water's hold is at the home of Brown. So he's giving the answers one after the other, and everybody ignores it. Then he says, solve the first 2 clues, walk right by the chest, even though he's told you the home of Brown is the answer. Then he says, the little girl from India can't get closer than the home of Brown. Can't get closer than the first 2 clues because she's already there. So he just kept giving her the answer. So with Amy saying, hey, Richard, how you doing? With Amy saying 81, I said, swap a 3 for a 9. That was the first answer. Then every answer that I would give you after that would be that 9. Would be that 9. So I would then say, 7 times 3. Go on, Tim, do it. Can you get that one? What's 7 times 3? Answer for 7 times 3. So they would be different statements giving you a different answer, but the answer that you have will help you get to the right place. Which is another 9. I should still beat you, Tim. It's another 9. 63 is another 9. So you're always getting that same answer. You always get the answer is always going to be number 9. So the answer is always going to be Homer Brown. Even though the statements are different, the answer is the same. 6 and 3 is 9. 8 and 1 is 9. 9 is 9. So you're being told something that gives you the answer. The answer has to be 9. If you haven't got the answer 9, you're not going to find anything else out. So let me read this stuff because, again, you write and say fast. Those things happen. Chili cook-off. Done. Hey, Nikki, missed you. Sorry. Oh, that came straight after the 81. I changed the name because I was sharing video shorts to build my channel. I didn't know you had a channel. Well, we'll have to go and have a look. I haven't been able to figure out any of this mess. No way I'm going to get JCB. It might be the same mess, though. Well, I don't think it's a mess, but on the road now. Try to listen. Peace to all. Yes, be safe. Be safe. Oh, somebody said it already. Be safe on the road, Richard. Tim, that is cool. I wasn't sure. Nikki, hey. You're so smart, Amy. I'm a new subscriber. Woohoo! A new subscriber with the monkey wrench. Repeats 999. 9. No. Well, 9 is the NEIN. So sorry, I was away from phone. Oh, that's your excuse, is it? Because Amy beat you again. Fair enough. I'll let you off that one. No. Thanks. Everybody's just saying hi. Excuse me. So, what I'm trying to say is, in any, I don't do treasure hunts all the time, but I'm just saying, if they're setting it up for you to win, these people are setting them up for you to win. They're not setting them up for you to fail. They're setting them up for you to win. And in their quest, it's to help you succeed in yours. If that's what they're saying. So if they're telling you that here is a quest that I want you to go on, and here is information that will help, then best to use it. There's some people will set it up and tell you that they're not helping you. You know, they're not going to give you any more information. There's the information, get on with it, do it. But if they're staying around to help you, if they're staying around to give you information, it's because you need the information. And the information they're going to give you is to help you succeed. So, once you take that on board, it's never going to be easy. But if you're choosing, this time I'm going in with my eyes open. If you're choosing to enter into a challenge, but the person who you're challenging is saying, I'll help you, then don't fight that person. They've offered you a challenge, but they said they will help you with it. They haven't offered you a challenge so you have to beat them. They've offered you a challenge that says, look, I'm going to give you information, but you're going to have to work out how to work it out. So Forrest said, I'm not going to give it away. they're going to have to earn it. And I think that's the case for all of it. You have to earn it. But in the earning it, or part of the earning it, is to listen and try to understand how to earn it. So people said that the chase was like a job interview. I would say it's more like an induction. This is how you do the job. You've already got the job, and this is how you have to do it. This is how you have to do the job. And for you to succeed, here is the information. This is how you need to do your job. So hopefully, by the time the information has been given, which I've been saying, in other videos, because that was my job, teaching people how to function safely and efficiently in the environment that they're in. If you choose to ignore that induction, then chances are you're going to have an accident. Or chances are you're not going to do a very good job. Or chances are you don't get on with people that are in there. There'll be a lot of pitfalls if you're not, chances are if there's a fire, you won't be able to get out. If you don't listen to that induction, then it's difficult to navigate the environment you're in, even though you think you know you can. Whilst nothing eventful is happening, it's safe to, negate the place. But should something untoward happen, then you get stuck. Candy cane, what was that for? Candy cane. 100 people surveyed. What is something you can call your spouse or family member at home, but is not appropriate for work? I don't know. I call people all sorts of things at work, or used to. Actually, just lately, I've been meeting, like when I've been out, I've been meeting a lot of people from where I used to work, and they've all left as well. So I think I started a trend. I don't know. I don't. Well, I do. Of course, I know why. The world's just gone to pot. The DEI isn't helping. It's just crazy. People want lots for nothing. They want it to work. For nothing, basically. They've taken what was a good working environment and just created so much fear, pain, distrust, hopelessness. It's just not a good place to be anymore. Anyway, carry on. Honey, what? Tools or toots? If this was an interview, I need to have a word with my reference. No, this wasn't the interview. This was the job. So the interview was, this person hid a chest of treasure. Do you want to go find it? That was the interview. And you said yes. And then they said, okay, come to the induction and we'll tell you how to do this job. So you already got the job when you said, yes, I want to go and find this treasure. You already did the interview and got the job. The rest of it was, this is how you do the job. And, Forrest says, I'm not going to give it away. You're going to have to earn it. So if you want to get paid, you've got to go and do all the things that I'm asking you to do. Tootsie Tim. Are these finds what you found in the chase, Tim? Like, are these your... Because that would be brilliant, that would. Like, your interpretations of the poem, and then your adventures on, what you found when you went out, or is this something different? Hi, INFJ. How are you doing? So this started from free will. Maybe it's not so free. Maybe it's already planned, and you're going through. You're doing what it is that you're supposed to do because it was planned for you to do it. It's also JCB Forrest Fenn. People didn't want to admit that that was going to be the case, but it seems that it is the case. So therefore, does this conclude the thrill of the chase? Does it help with the conclusion? Does it bring closure? Does it give e-puncers epic fun answers? And did we find all the forests? Can't read some of the notes that I left. You know, Forrest said, I wish I could have lived to do the things I was attributed to in the book. He also said, I hope nobody ever finds out who the real Forrest Fenn is. So was he basically, like, these are all just games. So this one would have been, not Cluedo, who would have this one been? You had to find out who it was, who it is. So is he DB Cooper? Is he the Omega Man? Was he, these people that Frank thinks, and someone else, but I don't know if they want to say who it is. And there are other people that Burning Man, that was the one. Keep thinking of the Running Man, but it's not the Running Man. The Burning Man. And there are others. So Forrest was meant to be all of these people. The person that shot JFK, the grassy knoll person, or one of the three, hobos that were walking across to the train. Like, Forrest is meant to be all these people. And are you supposed to find all these people? Even though they're not the right people. But are you supposed to find them anyway? Because Forrest said, I dare to come find them. Not all some are just funny clips from comedians, etc. Oh, cool. Do the Tommy Cooper. Go and have a look at him. He's funny as heck. Like comedian magician. I don't know if you know Tommy Cooper, but and Peter Kay, he's funny. Nicky Swan, Glinks. I'm not sure who you're winking at there. I missed the beginning, so I'm listening from the beginning. Well, you probably didn't miss much, and I normally not miss forward, but miss much. I normally repeat stuff anyway because that's what a good teacher does. So it's difficult to make anything happen in the correct way without, and then Forrest uses fancy words and says you need a catalyst, etc. But you have to have all the information, and that information has to be correct in the first place. So if someone speaks to you in Italian and you don't understand it, that's one problem. The fact that you don't understand it. But you don't know if you did understand it, it's truthful, factual information. So firstly, you have to understand, so learn to speak Italian. Then you have to know how factual it is. And being told that it's not factual, that nothing is as it seems, and words that mean what you think they do, means you have to find a different way of understanding what's being said. Not just learning the Italian, but you need to understand the different way that's being said to you. Mary's brave. I have whack-a-mole. I missed that. God, you lot are so quick. I have a lot of lists of things I found in my photos of things I found to search places I found in the phone. I'm not doing JCB. They can't keep it. Oh. But we won't be able to talk to you then, Wick. Well, I don't know if I am. Hey, Zozo, yeah, I noticed Mary's brave. I have a strong desire to play whack-a-mole. Well, don't do it on stoof.com. Tim, I'll have to check them out. Is something popping up? Basically, the never-ending story. Yes, I did a video about that. Did you see it? I haven't ordered yet either, but only because I don't know where I'll be on the release date to have it shipped to. Are you moving? I'm going to move to America. I've decided. I'm going to fill in one of them, one SA, BP, whatever they are. And I'm going to go across the border, get flown in, one of them fancy jets or planes or whatever. And they're going to put me in a nice hotel with $2,000 a month. I should be okay. Happy days. For 2 years. And then, all the money that I've saved in those 2 years while working as well. Yeah, I'll retire nicely. Or a ratatouille, or a rat race. Oh, that's working for the rat race. I'm surprised those they didn't say that. You're wasting your time. That was a great movie. A rat drag strip. Rat Race, good movie. Hey, Kiwi, everyone's saying Rat Race is a good movie, and I'm thinking of the song. Don't nobody remember the song? Will somebody think of the children? Mr. Bean. I don't know how he goes, but it's weird. Yes'm. I watched it about a year ago, first time since I was a kid. If I arrive, am I an illegal citizen? Yes. We're all illegal. That's what I'm saying. We'll go over there illegally. No, hang on. Slow down, reverse. No, we're doing it the right way. We're legal. Not in the sense that we're legal. So if you're a real American, you won't see me as a legal immigrant. But according to Kamala, the other queen that I don't like, Kamala, according to her, will be legal. But according to the American judiciary, constitution, Declaration of Independence, and all of those things, we're probably not. But according to Kamala and Biden, yeah, they give us exempt 10-year waiting list status, which is crazy, absolutely crazy. Well, actually, I probably could do an exam to pass to be a citizen, to be fair, because I know quite a bit about America now. More than I know about my own country. I know more about your politics as well than I do about mine. But has anybody look it up? Look up the video about what's happening in London for Trump. Like there's a YouTube vid, and what they do is there's a whole gang of people. Well, I say gang, a crowd, and he says, "I want to show your whatever, how you react to some faces, some pictures that we're going to show." And he shows like Nancy Pelosi, like woo, Obama, woo, and they go through a list of them all. And then they put Trump's up, and it's like, way. So all over the world, like he's loved all over the world because he's the person that's going to, save the world, basically. However that is, whether it's because he's chosen by God or because, it's the sort of person that he is, it doesn't matter. But, we probably don't get indoctrinated, that word, like you do over there, because we don't watch NBC, MSNBC, ABC, CBS, whatever they all are. We don't watch all those channels. So we see the truth. We're not blinded by all the bull that they, and it really is bull. Like just crazy bull. We don't have to put up with all that, like the main media. We see all of them, different ones. And we look at it and go, what the heck is going on over there? Because it's hard to believe that people can't see. It's like, are you serious? You're voting for that woman. hasn't got a clue. She can't even put, 3 sentences together and have them make sense. It's just crazy. And, not much better than Biden was in the first place when he was there. I'm in Florida, but heading... gone. I'm in Florida, but I'm heading to South Dakota. So, ooh, that's near... Hang on, North Dakota, South... That is near Mount Rushmore, isn't it? Oh, that should be nice there. When you're there, go and see Deadwood. That was another soul. Mary, the migrant farm worker. Woohoo! No, I don't want to work on a farm. I want to be in the towns. I've done enough farming. I used to pick Brussels in the winter. That's a horrible job. Don't do that job. Anybody. No one. Don't do that job. Terrible job. Don't mind potato picking and, pea picking and those sort of things, but Brussels picking, no. A vacationer. Just don't answer. Oh, I don't mind doing that job. If that job's going, I'll do that job, Davey. I've got the tash. Tim's, why? Ask Trusted. Oh, it's Trusted got Trusted? Are you a pimp? Are you a pimp? Davey B, are you saying Trusted as a pimp? The early version of Fabio. Hey, CJ. No, CG. DOC. Lived in the LA and watched them film part of... Oh, wow. It was a good movie. How many remember the part where they went to the Barber Museum? Interesting side note. That museum was a Catholic church. Oh, no. Wow, that's weird. No, I didn't know that. Oh, no, you would rather freeze than have 75-degree weather, huh? Yeah, who wouldn't? Hang on, while you're here, you people, where is Alaska? I have this, it's in a cold place. And yet when they show that map of who's voting for who, Alaska is next to Hawaii, and it's like, no. I have Alaska being cold. So what's it doing down there? What's it doing down there? It shouldn't be down there. Is it down there? I can't remember Alaska being down there. I don't get it. Yep. Well, my wife's up there, and I've been down south for over a month trying to get my building finished. Not that it's done. Head there too. Cold. See, I don't get it. Mary, you must stay in England. Your job as human shield is... No, I've given it up. I've been pardoned by the king. Mr. Charles said it's okay. I had a word with Camilla. Don't like her. I'm sorry, I don't like her. I just can't forgive them for Princess Di, Queen Di, whatever. I just can't forgive them. Just wrong. So wrong. I've never seen Rat Race. I have seen Sling Blade. Don't know what that is. Gotcha. In transit sucks. Oh, hang on. We've got an epidemic of retracted messages. CG, ever run into Cheech and Chong, born in East LA? Oh, they're so funny. I love them. I've got some bad shit. What? Bad as in good? No. Shit. What? Bad shit. Sorry if people don't like that, but that's just funny. Not, excrement, but weed. We have to go through Canada to get to Alaska if we drive. So why is it at the bottom of that flipping chart that he puts up? Well, at least you know. Thanks for that. Because I look at the polls and they're saying, yeah, Trump's going to win this. Kamala's going to win this, and this. And Trump's going to win Alaska, and it's down there next to Hawaii. And I'm thinking, what? Since when has Alaska been, in a warm place near America? I thought it was up near Canada. Or are they just like putting it there so you can see it? I won't get used to it anyway, because they say, like, the places they're pointing and they're saying it's south. It's like, no, that's in the east. What? The south, whatever. And I'm like, what? No. And the west is only halfway in the country. Like the central is like in the east. It's like, what? I get it. Missed it. Was retyping. We just put it close to Hawaii on maps to confuse Democrat. Hey, I'm not Democrat. Don't insult me. I have not deserved that. Please don't insult me by calling me a Democrat. I am nowhere even close to being woke. I'm nowhere close to being transgender. I'm nowhere close to being stupid or blind. Like I see these videos of black people saying, "Yeah, I can't believe I was lied to. Can't believe I believe this. Can't believe I believe that." And they've turned around and say, they're Republican now. And I've seen, woke women saying the, woke white women saying the same sort of things. And I'm thinking, what do you do? Just stay home and watch, The View all day? It's just, it doesn't matter what they say. I don't get it. So Biden could call half the country garbage, and they ignore it. Like it doesn't mean anything. And yet they call Trump Hitler because somebody else was saying a floating island, talking about the garbage on the island, which is a true statement. It's like, if you know that it's a true statement, it's funny. The garbage gets washed up on Puerto Rico, probably because of all the storms and everything, and it all gets washed up there. So it's funny when you think about that. Not talk about the people there, talking about the fact that when all the hurricanes and everything goes through and all the washes all the rubbish, the tide takes it to Puerto Rico, and it's just like a landfill instead of a beach. So it's funny in that sense. Still not funny as a joke, but still I can understand why somebody would make that joke. Not referring to people, but just to look what happens when the storm comes up and everything gets washed into that island. So I mean, that's all that was. And it's like, the bloke you put into office has called half his people garbage. So what? Half the people that he is supposed to represent are garbage. So what would you do? Just chuck them all out? Drown them all? What sort of thing is that to say? It's one thing to say there's a floating island full of garbage, which is a true statement, which makes it funny if you look at it in that context. Not talking about people, talking about what happens when there's bad weather and how it ends up there because of the tide. He says that and they're up in arms, trying to stoke up resentment, and their own president that they voted in, that they wanted in, calls half of their fellow people garbage. Like, they themselves should be horrified. It's not okay to say it. It's not okay to say it. These are just crazy, violent people who argue about everything, right or wrong. It's just weird. No, Cheech has a museum in Riverside, I believe. He was funny as F. What, Forrest? Cheech, Marion Centre for Chicano Art. What is American town that is only accessible through Canada? I am asking. Doing the crossword puzzle. Excuse me. Oh, dang, baby. I remember where it's at, but don't remember name. Me either, mate. Walking this earth, I am awake. Sleepwalking seems to be dangerous. Alaska is next to the Yukon. Ah, position problem. Oh, so it's not even an. Yes, thank you. Point Roberts. I don't know what WA stands for. Washington. I think it stands for Washington. Might not. It might stand for. Don't know. I probably do know if you say it, but it was not appropriate. He needs his brain removed and his Camel Law loses. Yeah, I hope so, Bill. I really do hope so. There's Commie Law or Camel Toe or all the other names that she's supposed to like. Just so this is how I see it. This is how I see it. If, and she probably wouldn't have done it, Tulsi Gabbard was the vice president, Trump would be in trouble. He really would be. He really would be if she was the vice president. Because listen, I know what I'm talking about when it comes to women. Remember Margaret Thatcher? She didn't take no shit. She ran the country. Well, she ran most of the other countries as well, and she wasn't afraid to go to war. So don't say that a woman. I hear people say that a woman can't run the country. Yes, they can. Absolutely, they can. Absolutely, they can. But they have to love their country enough to want to do it, as much as Donald Trump loves his country and the world. He's not doing this just for his country. He's doing it for everybody. He cares for everybody. He doesn't want the wars. He doesn't want people dying. He wants it to get back to the way that it was, which is, make America great again is one way of saying it, but it just means, make the world peaceful again. You've got JFK wanting to make America healthy, which in turn makes the world healthy. You've got Elon Musk sorting out finances, I hope, which in turn makes the world better off. So this is all going to have a knock-on effect. People say, it's got nothing to do with, people in other countries. Of course it has. Absolutely has. Like, if there's a World War III, we're involved. If it's because you've got a senile gentleman who's too unfit to stand trial for all the bad things he's done, and another person standing trial for all the bad things he hasn't done, how can he be running the United States of America and he can't stand trial? Oh, he can't stand trial because they don't want to prosecute him. That's the only reason he can't stand trial, even though he is a few screws loose. Just another Wayne Kerr. Wayne Kerr. Tommy Chong has his own cannabis strain. Many celebs are trending that way. Many celebs have disappeared from America. Yes, Washington. Thanks, Nikki. No, hello. Albert was great. Hey, Jeff. Yes, she was great. She didn't know shit. Well, she ran a few terms. She put most other countries in their place. She sorted out Argentina. We didn't have such a bad time. A bit like Trump, really. We didn't have such a bad time when she was in power. I think she knew enough to get enough done. RFK Jr., yeah. Just, hey, because I can. How you doing? Yeah, hi, Larry. Yeah, she was a strong, she was determined. She was, patriotic. It's not as though I was a Margaret Thatcher fan, but I appreciate that, my life was good. My life was good when she was in power. I wouldn't say that to her face, but Elon even said, don't vote for me, vote for Trump. DC riots, Tuesday through January. Yeah, they put the army in and everything. Hey, Moni. Every time I see it, Moni. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Every time I see it, hi, Moni. How you doing? It's good to read you. It really is. I'm not just saying that. It really is. Yeah, they put the military in there. They're already, they put plans in place already. They've allowed their military to fire on their own civilians, their own people. Why are you putting that sort of plan in place unless you're hoping that, something. No one is going to make me believe that January 6th was Republicans. No one. There is no one on this planet that can make me believe that January 6th was Republicans. And by that I mean the pipe bomb that didn't go off, the crazy vandals that were doing what they were doing. That wasn't. But what I saw was, to my mind, Antifa pretending to be Republicans and causing a whole load of grief. What I saw was Nancy Pelosi not taking any notice of Donald Trump and putting in the military. What I saw was a staged event by some crazy Democratic people who are afraid of one man because he doesn't toe the line. That's all this is. And he is 100% correct. They are not after him. They're after every American and every person around the world. And he's the one person that's standing in their way to get to us. So now you've got Elon Musk, Tulsi, RFK Jr., Vivek, sorry, Vivek, can't pronounce the name, and others. Like you've got, potentially on their own, they would be, candidates to be president. You've got them all joining together to try and run your country in a better way than it's ever run, ever. And you have a merging of parties. You have conservatives and Democrats, original conservatives, Democrats. You got lots of Cruz and that. Those people, they are the original. We want to do it by the Constitution people, and those are the people you want because the Constitution works. It works. The whole point of putting that all in process, those 3 steps and everything else, to have the people in charge and those people working for the people, it works. And this Biden and Kamala and Obama and Clinton, Hillary, not the other one, Bill, not Bill, sorry, Bill. They want to strip it. That's crazy. So, yeah, big tech, big pharma, get it back to, we the people, for the people, by the people, to sort your country out, to sort the world out. That includes me. I'm part of the world. And if Donald Trump is willing to get shot at to try to save the world, then yeah, I'm for Donald Trump. That's it. He doesn't do and say the right things all the time, but that he won't be him. FBI, CIA to make sure that Biden was given. Yeah, it's like COVID. If it weren't for COVID, they wouldn't. They wouldn't. Like, it's rigged. They're rigging it now, right now, as we speak. There'll be ballots that are rigged and found to be false. Right now, already, they're rigging it again. And those Dominion machines, I don't know why they use it. Well, I do know why they're using them again. They're flipping votes. Not a swear word. They're flipping votes. There's been people trying to go into those machines and try to press Donald Trump. It won't let them. keep pressing on it. It won't let them. And then when they stop pressing on it, it goes to Kamala. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. They've already started. And that's why the military's going in. And that's why they're not even trying. They don't care. They think that it's rigged enough that they're going to win. It doesn't matter what they do. Like a monkey could be in her place and the monkey would win. That's how set up it's going to be. Or they're going to try and do it. And that's why the military are there. Because if they do win, there's no way they can. There's no way they can. But if they do, ain't going to be pretty. Ain't going to be pretty. Because it's not believable. This time it's not believable. It is not believable this time. Like they do all the polls, even in the states where it's supposed to be blue, and Donald Trump comes on top. It should be impossible for the Democrats to win. Absolutely impossible. I believe 67% is going to win, even with them cheating. It is a good evening. Hi, Frank. How you doing? Oh, you lot speak a lot, don't you? Mercenary induced. People who went to prison for a long time, mercenaries and politicians. Yeah, and he'll hopefully, not all of them. There were some radical right people there as well. I must mention them. So he probably won't let them out. But those people that got in prison for not doing nothing, he'll probably pardon them. Amending it is one thing. Getting rid of it, getting rid of the filibuster, blah, 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 all those things, that's totally different. Getting rid of the First Amendment, getting rid of the Second Amendment. It's like, no, you're just talking rubbish now. Funny enough, hey, yo, happy Constitution for the people. Watch Spy Hard. Was it a Make America Quiet singing a set in 1996? Sure. Sign. Oops. The elites want to bring. Yes. And that's why they don't mind abortions. And pretty much, black people more than anyone else. Now, tens of millions. Yeah, but see, this is it. People accept these things. It's not acceptable, Zozo, because methods are put in place to stop it happening. So it shouldn't happen. That's the overriding issue with the whole of the American, whatever it is, whatever you want to call it now. That's why you have the 3 stages. So bad things can't happen. And when they set up the elections, they set it up so bad things can't happen. And yet they're happening because people are letting them happen. But they shouldn't be able to happen. They have these stages. So what they do is, like they are with the courts, they're setting up bad people in these places to do bad things. And this weaponization of the government and the DOJ is just unreal. Nobody needs more than $1 million a year. The inability for our government to utilise its checks and balances system is probably, and that's just it. People are being bought. People, you've only got to look at these rich. They're not supposed to be rich, but the insider trading that they do, because they're discussing these events that are taking place within these companies, and they already know. So then they go and make money off it. That's not supposed to happen. It's not supposed to happen. So all of these, not all the politicians, but mainly the Democrat politicians, are making money being in the job that they're in, that they're supposed to be working for the people for. And once they made this money, they're not interested in the people anymore. They're just interested in making more money. And they won't mind if everybody is middle class and they're rich. That's it. Well, they'll be poor and middle class, but they won't be working class or anything. They'll just be poor, middle class, and rich, and stinking rich. Yeah, 93, 33. Their attention to high amongst workers, people saying this to me. Yeah, it's just, like die-hard Democrats now are coming out and saying, look, I've been lied to for the past, I have been. And it started ages ago. let's not kid ourselves. It started ages ago. They're buying the black votes by, basically treating them as slaves, making them slaves to the Democrat Party, and thought that would last. But what they didn't realise is, these people are waking up. So now they've had to ship in new immigrants in order that they'll vote Democrat, because those people they were relying on didn't think they would wake up. Those people they were relying on woke up. They woke up and said, "Oh, I'm not voting for you anymore. You're doing nothing for us." So like, oh, what we're going to do then? We're not going to get any votes. Oh no, we'll ship in some more people. And that's all this is about. And it's the same all over the world. Shipping a load of people that don't think the same way as the country that that we're shipping them into, and then we'll change their way of living. We won't need to fire a shot. We'll just change the way they live, change their religion. Get rid of their Christianity, get rid of the Catholics, get rid of whatever, and put all these different types of religions, all these different types of factions, and let's have them all fighting each other, so they're not concentrating on what the government's doing. So basically, they've got the Democrats and the Republicans arguing with each other and not focusing on them just getting rich. They don't care. Let's go Barbara Brown a quadruple podcast for her 44th birthday. Don't know what that means. 2 parties. The drug they were given to people that caught COVID has snake venom too. Done with Forrest Fenn. No. Big Pharma and yes. Like, it's all fixed. It's all just crazy. It's like people are seeing it now, which means, Donald Trump should win quite easily, but they're so dishonest. They're just desperate to keep what they've got and just saying so many lies to. I honestly believe that if most people heard the truth, he'd probably get 90% of the vote. I'm serious, and that might trigger some people who are Democrats, but I'm serious. If they saw Donald Trump for who he really is, who I see, the person that cares for his family, cares for everybody's family, cares for women, cares for men, cares for blacks, cares for gays. He cares for everyone. He doesn't discriminate. He doesn't care. He just wants everybody to, have a half decent life. His father did. He just wants to do the right thing, and people don't want to let him, because by him doing the right thing means they're going to be in jail. Asking just want to be part of it to live at stage day for. Yeah, and they let it happen. Like, that's the worst thing. And then they bailed him out. You know what I mean? Did all that and said, yeah, you can go. Then she wants to get rid of, no money bail, cash-free bail or whatever. It's like, you just want the place, you just want America to disappear as it used to be. Like, you don't want this strong nation to exist for whatever reason, whether you're blackmailed, whether you bought, doesn't matter what the reason is. Basically, you want to get rid of the Constitution and everything, and you don't want the republic. They say democracy, but you're a republic. Shut up. You're a republic. Whilst you may work democratically, you're not a democracy. So it's like, oh, they're trying to get rid of democracy. No, you're trying to ruin the republic. They're not trying to ruin anything. They're just trying to carry on the way they've always been. See you later, Zozo. You don't like what I'm saying, do you? Sorry, but it's just the truth. Troops training to be deployed in Asia. Hey, Double Blazes. Is that Bill? Asia. Right now, we're seeing all the food recalls was listed. People's food lines spent on. Yeah, but not only that, they're trying to kill people. The obesity stuff and everything else is just to make the country useless. No other reason than that. It's just to make it a useless country. An easy country to take over, an easy country that will be socialist, and then it's up to China and Russia. Vote to men and loyalty to Republicans again. I think it will be funny as anything if wins Florida. I don't think you will, because you'll be living in the same country that everyone else is living in. Like, you'll be living under martial law the same as everyone else. And you may think, oh, there's no fear mongering going on. That's truth. Get rid of your guns. Get rid of the police. Bring in the military. Get in your house by flipping 10 o'clock or whatever time they choose. That's it. Go to work, go home. Go to work, go home. No, you won't be doing this. No YouTube stuff. There'll be none of that. You won't be able to do that. You won't be able to do your channel, Mr. Trusted. Back Gardens. No. No, it'd have to be all screened and scrutinised before you're allowed to put it out. Sniper from where? Where's that? Fugitive Snipper? APB Fort Carson, Colorado. Don't know what that is all. Devil me because it would disgust them so much. No, it's not going to happen. Well, I say it's not going to happen. They're fixing the machines. It's already been proven. And they'll carry on doing it. There's, like, leading up to this election, if you truly were the opposition party, seeing the results that you're seeing, you would be doing something a little bit different than you have been. And she isn't, because she's not bothered. She's not bothered. She thinks it's just going to go her way anyway. There is not one American citizen that paid tax for it to be given to another country. The amount of money, like I say, they don't want it in. They want America to fold. That's their only aim. They're not trying to run the country. Literally not trying to run the country. Literally not trying to run it. Run it down, but not trying to run it. There is a bowler for Abe Lee Johnson, a former success sniper who enlisted for existing service and joined Johnson service sniper from 2019 minor commentary continues. He departed Fort Johnson, LA, travels through Texas, on route to Fort Carson. Don't know that stuff. Kamala would never win Florida. The Dems have already hired attorney for the election. She could not win a coin toss. Colorado in danger. Be right back. See you in a bit, Tim. Her mother was MK Ultra. This is not just happening in America. This is happening around the world. This is a socialist effort to reduce the amount of people. Whether we fight amongst ourselves, well, that's what it's going to, basically to take our mind off what's happening, the truth that's going on. Whilst we fight amongst ourselves, united we stand, divided we fall. Whilst we fight amongst ourselves, they can do whatever they're doing behind the scenes. I don't think they counted on independent media to be as much as it is. I don't think they counted on Elon Musk, buying Twitter. So, Google is, another one. They're sent up so she wins. Big tech, same as big, pharma, same thing. Same people, BlackRock, same people own these, Walt Disney and all that. They're set up to be and do whatever they want to do. And, not much can stop them. Except, Donald Trump couldn't be bought. And, they all loved him. You go back, 10 years or whatever, they all loved him. Thought he was brilliant. But when he ran for office, that was it. Because they couldn't buy him. They couldn't buy him. They tried to buy that other Katie someone. Can't remember her name. Tried to buy her. She said no. No. I will give you more money. No. It's like, if you're not strong-willed, if you're not really doing it for the people, you'll take the money. But it seems that most Republicans, they're not in it to be rich. They're in it to, because they love their country, they love their family, they love, their friends, they don't want it to go to shit. She'd probably experiment on a child. Look, this bull about, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying, it's not up to the woman to protect her rights and that, but stop telling me that my body, my choice. You took a flipping injection that could probably kill you. Where was the right to your own body, your choice then? It's bull. There is no other reason they're doing it than to get rid of kids. That's the only reason. It's got nothing to do with women's rights. Nothing to do with women's rights. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stuck a needle in you. It's that simple. They wouldn't have kept your kids off school. It's that simple. Like, if they really cared, your body, your choice, they wouldn't have done half the things they did. Your body, their choice. They choose what you do with your body. They're making the rule that you can have an abortion full term whilst the baby's alive on the table. That's their choice. That's a government choice making that decision. The fact that you can act on that decision is not your choice. It's been made by them. It's just crazy. They're doing it because they want it done, not because it's because somebody else wants it done. Whilst, don't want to get into it because it's just crazy, but I don't, legally she wouldn't, but illegally, anything can happen. Bad dude, you won't see him. BlackRock is the stone. Yeah, I just don't know how. Again, you've got all these safeguards in place about monopolies, and look at them. It's just crazy how they let them do it. But rich people, let them rich people get richer. Keep trying, trusted, your government check isn't going to get bigger. Listen, I mean, people are allowed to believe what they believe. That's what makes, the world the way that it is. That's how it should be. Debating stuff and trying to work out what's the right thing to do as opposed to what's the wrong thing to do. But, just blatantly the wrong thing to do is happening at the moment. I don't get a government check, Larry. I have 2 pensions I earn. What, a government pension? Or 2 private pensions? Because if you're getting a government pension, it's a government check. I don't get my government check yet. They're my own pensions. But I earn my government check. If I get it, when I get it. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, they're saying that they've got no money left to pay for those grants that they're going to give, the $25,000 grants, but apply for them anyway. It's like, you've run out of money, you idiots. Why are you telling them to still apply when you say you've got no money left? Oh, sorry, you sent it to Ukraine and to Lebanon and those places, didn't you? Oh, FEMA have got no money either, have they? Oh. Basically, if it was a house, you are now skint and you're going to have to go to the bank for a loan. Let's just destroy the United States of America. That's all they're doing. That is just beyond absurd, that you can't help the people in those places where the storm was because you've got no money. You're saying that you're going to give money to people when they vote for you, $25,000, but you haven't got money to give them, but still vote for you and still put in the request for it. It's like, come on, people can't see it. They're going to attack firms for price gouging. What? Are you serious? The prices have gone up because everything's gone up. They're not trying to make more money. What are you going to do? Get rid of all those businesses. All those businesses will be gone. They'll all be gone if you're trying to say that, because they can't make any profit. Then what? You'll go to the stores and there'll be nothing there. There'll be nobody there. There'll be nothing to buy because there'll be no stores open. Because Kamala said, well, this person's got price gouging, 1%, blah, blah, blah. My kid is DOD security, so I get bad dude alerts. I don't know what a bad dude alert is. I was looking online out of interest what the cost of Disneyland price was. I nearly had a heart attack. Yeah, it's like they stayed open. Like there's a massive hurricane heading towards Florida, and Disney stayed open. What does that tell you? Firstly, that they're stupid as F. I don't mean that Forrest, but who's going to go to Disney? Who's going to go to Disney when there's a hurricane hurtling down at them? Even if they have a dome that stops them getting bad weather. Even if that's the case, even if they can control the weather, there's a hurricane, Disney. There's a hurricane. No one is going to go to Disney World when there's a hurricane. They've all left. So that just proves not only that you're stupid, but that you're controlling the storms that are not going to hit Disneyland, Disney World, whatever you call it. Yeah, but sometimes it isn't, Tigger. Sometimes the choice isn't made at Intercourt. So look, I can understand that, people. It's not a massive amount of people. I don't understand why it's such an issue. Like, it's not like 50% of the America are going to have abortions. That's not going to happen. It's just crazy what they're saying. It really is crazy. It's just bull. It's nothing to do with rights of anybody. I think once there's a pulse, once there's a heartbeat, it's a life. And basically, scrap the word abortion. It's murder. But, if you've been raped, if there are reasons why you don't want the baby, fine. Or if you don't want to carry the baby, I, fully understand that, and that's fine. But it's not okay. I don't see what my body, my choice has when you take the baby to full term, deliver it, and then let it die on the table. It's got nothing to do with your body then. Nothing. Nothing. If you don't want the baby, you don't want the baby. Fine. Fine. It has to get adopted. But, oh well, I birthed it so I can kill it. No, you can't. It's a human being. There are laws against that. And all they're trying to do is just kill as many people as they can. That's all it is. And I call them people. People say babies, but kill as many people as they can. And it's not even humane the way they do it. Just crazy. Good man. Yeah, I know the feeling, private pensions. Uh-oh, you're not believed. I don't mind, government or private, at the end of the day, if they win, if you think the prices are bad now, fornicate under the command. Yes, FUCK, that's as it says, Davy. Although they didn't have the king. They kicked him out and said, no, not in America. We don't get ruled by you Brits. They haven't printed it yet. Larry, only someone very stupid would think she could. What's new? Not much. Pussycat's new. What's new, Pussycat? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Harry, what's the matter? You were a little too tired. Troy, are you starting to think that it might have something to do with Forrest Fenn now? Even though you told me it had nothing to do with Forrest Fenn? JCB? Trusted. I'm still at working age. No. I'm still at working age, but I'm not working. Getting cold there, yeah. See, unfortunately, it doesn't. Well, touch wood. I don't mind the cold. It's the snow and the constant rain that's peeing me off. Can't do anything. And the wind. Never known it was windy. But that's what happens when these scientists mess about with nature and change the weather. I'm on Social Security retirement in 27 days. Woohoo! No desire to do anything related to JCB. Oh, don't be like that. I think we need some of the old guard to take it on. We definitely need a Dale site. Dale. I don't think he'll come back, and so I think JCB needs to set something like that up. No, I'm not volunteering. I don't think David B will volunteer either. But definitely need something like that. Like everything needs to be in one place. Obviously, Mysterious Writings will be doing 6 questions. I would assume at some point there will be JCB gets mail. I would assume. Might be some scrapbooks. Might be another book or 2. So there's a bit to go. FF Tank was a one-time thing for me. JCB couldn't even be original in his phone, just edited. Wow. I don't know. Forrest said he had some projects that were unfinished. What if they were the projects? He is no match for FF. I think Forrest thought of everything. I think there's a reason that Olive Jar is in the hands of JCB. Well, not now. Was in the hands of JCB. Is in the hands of JCB. Was in the hands of JCB. Was in the hands of JCB. I think there's a reason why there's a Forrest Fenn poem in the JCB hunt. I think there's a reason why some of the helpful hints are very similar to Forrest Fenn's. I think if you're prepared to think what if, you maybe could possibly go home with one of those chests. Now, if you consider that, if it's 10 million, that means roughly average mean 2 million each, roughly. But even with Bitcoin, it doesn't matter what's in there because the price will fluctuate. And the longer it stays out there, the more it will be worth. So even if they are only worth 2 million when it starts, they're probably worth more than that when they're found. And considering Forrest Fenn's only started at 1 million, and Forrest wouldn't give a price. And Forrest said when it gets to 10 million, which it did, even though you can't see it, when it gets to that, so I don't know. I think it'd be worth it. But, no match for FF. The Forrest Fenn that we know, who is Forrest Fenn, which is what this was about. It was about free will. How many forests did we find? Like the JCB, not the JCBs, the DCBs, not the JCBs. The DCB, is it? No, DBC. DCB. DBC, Omega Man, Burning Man, some others. Well, Frank's in here now. He can tell you who the others that he thought Forrest was. So did we find all the Forrest Fenns? Because Forrest said, I hope nobody ever finds out who the real Forrest Fenn is. Who the real Forrest Fenn is. So did he know? Did he plan for all those Forrest Fenns that were going to be found? Forrest Fenn is this person. 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 Because Forrest said, I haven't said this already, so Those people came in late will hear, and those people who've gone will miss it. But it's not who you are. It's who you can make them think you are. So who do you think Forrest is? D.B. Cooper, Omega Man, Burning Man, and all of the other people? Who did Forrest make you think he was? So Forrest didn't say anything unless he had a reason to say it. And he said, I dare you to come find me. See, he thought of everything. And one of those things he thought of was, how many Forrest Fenns are there? And who is the real Forrest Fenn? And will they find out? So Forrest gave enough hints to tell people that's wrong. But he gave enough statements to make people think that they were right. And therein lies the problem. You're being told that you're wrong, but you don't want to hear it. And you're told how to be correct, and you don't want to hear it. And the two main things for it, the two main things that will tell you whether you are or not, words don't mean what you think they do. So everything you believe you hear is wrong. Things are not what they seem. So everything you read, hear, and watch is not what you think it is. So you're being told that you're processing the information incorrectly. That's what you're being told. The information you're getting, you're processing all of it incorrectly, which, if you came in earlier, Amy, the clever person that she is, straight away, I said, if I substitute the 3 for a 9, and I told you what 3 times 3 was, no, asked you what 3 times 3 is. Yeah, that's what I said. Then what's the answer? So I've given you the method, which is the answer. The answer is 9. So I've given you the method because the answer to that was 9 times 9 is 81, which is 8 and 1 is 9. Then the answer was 63, and the answer to that is 6 and 3 is 9. So I gave you the answer. The answer was 9. Whilst you went looking at everything else, I'd already told you the answer was 9. That's the answer. So whilst you went looking at everything else, trying to work everything else out, I'd already told you what the answer is. The answer was 9. The answer is 9. There was just other stuff that you could work out to get that answer 9, but I already told you the answer was 9. So when you got the 81, that 8 plus 1, which is more information, would have got you to 9. When you got the answer 63, the 6 plus 3 was more information, but that still would have took you to 9. So initially I told you, here's your answer, it's 9. And then I gave you a whole load of other stuff to get back to the answer that I already gave you. Because nothing is what it seems. So you can choose to go down that road, or you can choose to just hear that I said the answer is 9. I substituted what you were looking for and gave you the answer, which is 9. So just have to listen. And then believe that the information you're getting is correct. Once you have that information, which is the answer, then you know how to find the answer. See how simple that is. I've told you the answer is 9. Then I give you a problem to solve. And you came up with the answer 81. But I told you the answer was 9. So now you know how to get the answer. You had 8 and 1 together and you get 9. That's how you get the answer. I told you the answer was 9. So you add 6 and 3 together and you get 9. So each time I gave you information, I gave you the answer and I gave you the method and you used the method, and you get the answer, which is 9. So whilst it seems like you're working hard, I'd already given you the answer. All you needed to do was work out the method to get the answer that I already gave you. And Amy Gwynn did it straight away. Forrest Fenn is Dick Steele's secret agent. Battery turned off. Troy, after watching JCB's interviews, I don't think he was a real searcher. Maybe not. Half the Democrat turnout voting for Trump. Yes, but like I say, if they're fixing the machines and dead people are voting, somebody put out, please, 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 if I die, please don't let me vote Democrat. I thought that was funny. I think people put that in their will. Whatever happens, don't put me on a ballot for Democrat. Bury me wherever you want, but don't put me on a ballot for Democrat. You show how many from each party voted, but don't count them until Tuesday, so half them vote for Trump. The answer is 42. So, well, CW then. So tell me, who are you? Do. Larry, yeah, who knows something isn't right about him considering his history. But if people want to get into it, that is up to them. It's not for me, though. 9-sided temples is the Baha'i faith. Number 9, 999. 9 is the father, vast of cantons. When we're changing from out of the formless. 9, highest binary number. Yes. We'll talk about that today. 9 lives of cats. Not 9 lives of cats. So we'll talk about number 10. Like if 0 is nothing, then it's just 1. It's like, no, 0 is no ones. It's not nothing. It actually means something. It means there are no ones. There is 1 10 and no ones. Not no one, but no ones. So I was talking to the grandchildren today. So, but it means nothing. So that how can it mean 10? Like, why is it 10 if there's nothing there? It's not 10. It's 1 10 and no ones, no digits. Just like it'd be 100 and no tens and no digits. Whilst it's a 0, it doesn't stand for 0. It means there are none of these and there are none of these. Because we used to have a system where there wasn't a 0. And you couldn't work out those sort of things. So, but there hasn't always been a 0. Somebody invented it and said, oh, it'd be a lot easier if we put this here. Which is cool. Then to me spoke he of 9, saying, Aeons and aeons have I existed, or eons and eons, depending how you speak, knowing not life and tasting not death. For know ye, O man, that far in the future, life and death shall be one with thee all. Very good. Love it. 9 world religions. Were you referring to Gravestone Proverbs on your show on October 31st? Not directly. There is if we're correct, there is a firm umbilical connection to the chase because of that date. Literally umbilical. Well, not literally. Well, could be literally. With words meaning what they mean. So literally, because of that date, umbilically connected gives us all of this. So indirectly maybe, but not directly. Directly there's a different reason. Which is basically what these people are saying now. you have to know the answer to work out how to get the answer, which is like stoof.com. You have to know what the answer is before you can work out how to get the answer. Because if you don't know what the answer is, how do you know how to work it out? How do you know the method? You don't know where you're trying to get to. So if you know the answer is 9, all of that working out, if you get to the point where you worked it all out and you end up with 9, then you're right. But if you worked out 81, then you're wrong. Even though you're right, you're wrong, because that's not the answer you wanted. The answer you wanted is 9. I gave you that was the answer, 9. If I substitute it for 9, because 3 times 3 is 9, that was the answer. I substitute that 9 for a 9, it's still the answer. The answer is still 9. 3 times 3 is 9. I change the 3 to a 9, it's still a 9. You've got 9 times 9, which is 81, and you add 8 and 1 is 9, it's still 9. You had 9 times 7, which is 63, and you add the 6 and the 3, which is 9, so you're still back at 9, it's still 9, 9, 9, 9. However I said it, the answer always was 9. However it went, however you worked it out. And that's the whole point. 33.3 degrees times 3 equals 999. We just did this the other day, the 999 emergency calls. Beatable number 9, awesome. Hashtags. Hi, Sophia. I'm missing people, aren't I? She said she is 69. Agree. No symbology, Woody. Acrostic also. Oh, that was Sasha, I think. Is that what she said? Are we talking about the way you read the poem? Is it acrostic? Is that the word? That is the word for that way. So there's different ways to read the poem. So you can read those letters, and you can slide the lines and read it that way and still get those sort of answers. So it's not technically the way that it is, but you could do it to have it like that. A stitch in time saves 9. There's embroidery. Who's going to help me? Chaos or embroidery? I said I'm 66. No, but that's 99 upside down. She's in route 66 to the nth degree. Polynomial. There were some polygons, is it, in the chase? Part of an answer. I can't remember what the word is now. 331. Well, 303. 331. 303 is wow. Mamma mia, here I go again. My, how can I resist you? Mamma mia. Does it show again? My, just how much I missed you. Ah. So many 9s reminds me of the... Oh, don't talk about Hitler. That was funny stuff. That's the word, polygonal. A 9-sided polygonal, that word, polygonal mega block. Could be called a polynomial. Yes. Was that at Colorado Museum? I can't remember what that one was now. The polygonal, that one, that word. That was another solve. 33 is my birthday. 331. It was supposed to be 330, but delayed an hour to be on Mum's eBay. eBay? What, it's going to sell you? Sell you on eBay. YouTube. Oh, there's a 9 there as well, Tigger. It's Iron 9. Well, no. F9. Look, there's Forrest 9 there. Look. These, what's the word again? Not synchronicities. What, or is it synchronicity? No. Serendipities. There's, look, Forrest 9, F9, and then NI. And FE for Santa Fe. 8.25 miles north of Santa Fe. Fe 8, F9. Ni. Is that nickel or nitrogen? Nickel, isn't it? Is it? What's nickel or nitrogen? Both of them are in the chase. Equals my. There you go. Look, even there, Tigger. You were just singing, Mamma Mia, here I go again, my. And then it equals my AC. It's just weird, isn't it? I'm building a lunar module instead of a cabin, 400 square feet of space cover with space blankets and a canopy of stars. Yes, Faye is iron. Santa iron. The back nine. Yeah, but the most important one is the 19th hole, isn't it? Back nine. You should have a game with Trump. He plays golf. Yeah, that would be a place to go to, wouldn't it? If I ever went there. Mar-a-Lago. Just pull up to Trump's house. Donald, have you got a minute? I suppose, like, if you're just an average person, if you're not a Democrat, that's got DTS, then I suppose Donald Trump would probably be somebody you want to meet or speak to, or, ask a few questions or be given a few answers. Yeah, that would be an impressive place to see. I probably want to go to Martha's Vineyard. I probably wouldn't want to go there. Can't think of anywhere else. Like to see the White House and the Needle and the Pentagon. Capitol Hill, the chess, I keep getting it wrong. Pat, A Whisperer talked about. So I've got, no, is it Pam? Oh, Rambling Pam. Pat is a word that always comes up in the chase. Gosh, she told me what it was, and now I've totally lost it again. I think it's Pat, A Whisperer. Sorry if it's wrong. Nine innings. Well, as soon as the minute hand struck 8, well, there's 1 and 9. But missed out on 68. That's not 1 and 9. As soon as the minute hand struck 8, we knew it's time for bed. Apparently bed for 30 days. There is a landmark site at the Rio Grande River east of Manassas. What? East of Manassas, Colorado. That's stars that can be seen there because of so little light pollution. About 15 miles south of me. Yeah, there's a nice place on, Fort Yellowstone, where you can see the stars, supposedly. Supposedly. Is that anywhere near the Four Corners? So Colorado coming up from, and Forrest did say it wasn't the Rio Grande, but it comes up. Is it the other side of the Red River? Like, is it left of the Red River going up? Red River go that way. Rio Grande go that way. Not sure. Oh, a cat of nine tails. Whip it good. The true solver is here, somewhere watching. Oh, is that you, Horatio? Is that the hornblower? Banner, I don't know what that means. Horatio, is that Mr. Nelson? And it ain't Jack. Well, I thought Jack was David Paisano. I would have found that, to be fair, because I wasn't expecting to see that name. I didn't even know it was David Paisano until, I looked closely, like Jack Stoof. And it was David. It's good to see him back anyway. I hope everything's gone well with him. What's with the stall tactics? Are you asking me or the chase in general? I've got to run off to bed, Mario, since I'm still at work. Well, it's because you're still at working age that you can run to bed. Most of us just hobble along. Thanks for popping in, Larry. Say hi to Oksana for us. And ask her to come in one day. Been a long, long time. But thanks for being here. I do appreciate you. I have to earn more, so I will never be there. Oh dear, that's two funny things you said there. Hey, Geoduck. Hi to you too. Time is a measure made by man. It will be when it is. Yes, which makes you wonder if there is a God. He didn't choose the time. He just said that he did these things in these days. He didn't say it took him 12 hours and 6 minutes or 24 hours. We decided to do that. And then we got it wrong because when we did it, we changed it. So it didn't make sense. So, things like when the sun is high in the sky and when the sun is low in the sky and when whatever. Or the moon is only quarter or the moon is full or uh-oh. Retracting. Everything's going. I forget all those things now. Mario, the second the minute hand touches the 8. Yes, I remember it well. Okay, Larry, what age is working age? Or just Larry, what age is working age? Well, I think he's referring, if he hasn't already gone to bed, I think he's referring to when you can retire and get paid by the government. So anything below that and above leaving school is working age. William Harrison Jack Dempsey was born. That is definitely Bill. Was born in Manassas. The bell failed to ring at a championship boxing match in Toledo, Ohio. Toll for us, I rang Jack Dempsey's Liberty Bell in Manassas front yard. No specialised knowledge there. Trump think you should work till you drop dead. No, you see, that's just it. He doesn't, and he's no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. Thinking about no tax for not veterans, like forces people. And another tax thing that I can't remember. Oh, the elderly, no tax. Oh, so when you do claim off the government, no tax. So I don't know what you're listening to, Trusted, but it's not the truth. I don't think he thinks you should work till you drop dead. I think he thinks you should be able to live without dropping dead. Until you're horizontal instead of vertical. Oh. Yeah, we don't want to be like that. Told Forrester on May 27, 2020, just 10 days before find announcement. Yeah, but Double Blazes, I could speak to people like, Dave Man from the East and Treasure Poem and a whole load of other people that said, well, I spoke to Poem 2 days before the find, and I spoke to Forrest 2 hours before he said that it was found, and I spoke, I wrote Forrest an email 3 days before. And there are a lot of people like that. No fluoride in the water. Yeah, I think he's going to do a great job, RFK Jr. And, what he's saying is 100% true. That well, basically you're just being poisoned. You're just being killed off slowly. Um, you've got people who want war so they can be rich. You've got people who want people unwell so they can be rich. You've got people who want people dead so they can control them easier. It's not looking good. Not looking good at all. Woody, I'm still in my 40s, but not for long. Oh. Hi. Back from Sunday dinner. You still on? Yes. 202. 0202. That's not bad. I'm in my tutu. You've only got a day left. Then it'll be, fun. Yes. I think she's a joke. It's not a funny joke, though. It amazes me because, like, the mainstream media show Kamala and they talk about Donald Trump, but they don't show Donald Trump. Like, they don't show his rallies, how many people are there on that. Don't show all his kind words and, people that he speaks to. They don't show none of that. They just say, well, Donald Trump went to Madison Square Garden and 50,000 years ago, these fascists went there. What? Donald Trump is Hitler because so long ago these fascists went to Madison Square Garden. Well, yeah, the Democrats went there as well. And Clinton went there, to a band or something. So, what? So, if you go to Madison Square Garden, you're a fascist and Hitler? That's just crazy. That is just trying to put information into people's minds that they can relate to and then spout off when somebody says something to them about Republicans and they want to be Democrat and say, yeah, but he's Hitler because he did this. What? And he's a bad person because this person said a joke about Puerto Ricans or Puerto Rico. But they changed it to Puerto Ricans. And I wonder if Jack got offended by that. Or, did he know that it is full of garbage? Because when the storms happen, the tide washes all the garbage up on their beach. Not because they put it there, but because nature, is a bit cruel to them. Which is funny. When somebody says it, it's not funny, it's a bad thing that happens, but it's funny when, somebody takes a true statement. So it's the same as that thing. It's funny because it's true. And that's what comedy is all about. You laugh because you know it's true. You think it's funny because it's true. Now, if everybody in the audience knew that was the case, that Puerto Rico was surrounded with garbage on the beach because of what happened, when the storm comes about, they'd have laughed. Because, it's not Puerto Rico's fault that nature decides to wash up a load of garbage on the beach. So it's just funny because that's how it ends up. 1941? I thought it was 1930 something. Oh no, well it was, when, they wanted to join Hitler. Which, they were probably the early Democrats. I bet they didn't do that, did they? I bet they didn't find out who those people were that went there and then realised that they come from a long line of Democrats. Those people that went there, those fascists. Those people that went there, they're probably early Democrats. I bet they didn't mention that, did they? Somebody should find that out. Somebody should work out who are these people and what political party did they vote for? And if it was Democrats, say, oh, well, Donald Trump is only copying what you Democrats did, so many years ago. I sent Forrest naked pictures of me on a rock. What, Black Rock? Wig, why would you say that? Some people line up for days. Yeah, it ain't easy. Yeah, some people line up for hours to get into Kamala's. That's just to get on the bus that they've given them. A lot of people say that, but they don't have the correct solution that you know of. I'm starting to think, Wig, that you might be Cynthia. With fake boobs, Wig. Trump wins and BLM and Antifa go nuts. Yeah, I think there's going to be trouble either way, isn't there? Well, the way I see it is the Democrats are really angry, violent people who won't listen, who spout off a whole load of rhetoric if you try and tell them the truth. And most Republicans are just, an average person who just wants to debate stuff and get on with their life. And that's seeing all of America through the lens of a camera, from lots of different people's point of view, from Democrats, from Republicans, from independents, seeing who they're going to vote for, seeing why they're going to vote for all those people. It's not just, one media station or one type of media station. It's, through everybody's eyes, through everybody's camera, and go, well, why are these people voting for Kamala? And then I hear the same thing. Because she's black? No. Because she's a woman? Well, yeah. But how do you know? What's a woman? She can't define a woman. So how can you say that? Like, we're not allowed to say it. We're not allowed to say it, but they're voting for her because she's a woman. Well, what's a woman? You're saying that everybody's the same. There's no woman, there's no man. Everybody's equal. That's what they want. So Obama comes out and says, you've got to vote for her because she's a woman. And she's a black woman. There's no racism going on there. No sexism going on there. No total bullshit about there's no such thing as man or woman. You're just people. Well, why have they got to vote for her then? If it doesn't matter if she's a woman or a man. It's like you talk a whole load of rubbish, Democrats. Shut up. It's like you say things that make you look stupid, and you don't know you're saying things that make you look stupid. You can't have it always. Either there's no such thing as man and woman. You don't have to worry about gender. Or there is. Which one is it? Do they vote for her because she's a woman, because there's a man and a woman? Or do they not? It's just crazy. Real fake boobs. And books. Real boobs are connected umbilically in the middle. Man books, Wig. Man boobs. I hate this phone. Oh, that's it. Blame the tools. Wig is Sasha Distel. Wig is Sasha. Is it? Well, hi, Sasha. I don't believe it. It's like someone said that Ben was pirate. Where is pirate? You don't have to come in pirate if you're there. Just hi anyway. I don't want to call people up. I'm back. What did I miss? I don't know. Were you shooting at someone? Excuse me. Wig, is that BLM land? BLM. Don't say they bought their own land now. Black Lives Matter have bought land. You've got to get down. You've got to take the knee for a Bureau of Land Management. No, that was at the Queen's Laundry. Oh, the Queen's Laundry. We know that well. What if you could drill a hole there, 200 odd feet down, and have a look? Born with a womb man. Yes, we know what a woman is, but they don't know what a woman is. Like, a man could be a woman. No, a man could be a human, but not a womb man. It's just it's not that they can't be. I don't mind. They can be whatever they want. But scientifically, no. You're still a man. You see, your issue is not that you are accepted as a woman by everybody else, is that you think you're a woman. So therefore, you should only accept being a woman to yourself. It shouldn't matter about anybody else. See, your issue is that you think you're a woman. So therefore, it doesn't affect me what you think. It doesn't. What you think is all about you. So as long as you're happy in what you do, that's it. You think you're a woman, you think you're a woman. Don't worry about that I think you're a man. Don't worry about that. You're a woman. In your own mind, you're a woman. Turn into a woman because you're of age and you can choose. Turn into a woman, but don't expect me to think that you're a woman. You're a man. That's it. You're a man who looks like a woman. That's it. That's it. You're a man who looks like a woman, who thinks she's a woman, but you were born a man. Now, don't get me wrong. I understand and I feel for those people. But please don't think I'm stupid enough to believe that a gay man wants to get around me by saying that they think they're a woman. No. Because if you think you're a woman, grow your hair long, get rid of your beard, dress like a woman, act like a woman, and then maybe I will believe that you think and feel that you're a woman. Not that you are a woman, but that you think and feel you are. That does not change your gender. That just changes the way you think and changes the way that I think. But it doesn't change your gender. There are not so many genders. There are just a man and a woman and people who think differently, like liberal and Democrat. I think I'm a liberal. Okay, you're a liberal. I think I'm a Democrat. Okay, you're a Democrat. I think I'm a Republican. Okay, you're a Republican. I think I'm a woman. Okay, you're a woman. That's it. That's it. You don't need to keep going on and on and on and on and on about how many different things there are. I think I'm a millionaire. Does that mean you've got to give me $1 million? Have you got to give me $1 million because I think I'm a millionaire? No, of course you haven't. I just think that I'm a millionaire. I don't impose that on you. I don't force you to call me a millionaire. I don't force you to give me $1 million because I think I'm a millionaire. See how it works? You could think you're a cat if you wish. Some people do. Great. Get on with it. Are you a cat? No. You just think you are. And therein is the answer. You only think it. It isn't real. You are not a woman. You are not a cat. You are not a man if it's the other way around. You think you are. It doesn't change your gender because you think you are. It doesn't make me have to call you a different gender because you think you are. That's how I see it. Be in the middle has a brand new meaning. No donkey emoji, elephant wins. Chicks with dicks. Please, Lord, never ever let me see that. What, chicks with dicks? David B knows AC/DC. She got balls. Protect me from all evil. Those guys may have been a woman in the past life. Yeah, look, I understand. I have no issues with those people who feel that they are female, but then dress like a female, act like a female, look like a female. Don't say you feel like a female and look like a bloke, because to me it is so offensive. Not to me, it's offensive to religious people. Obviously, you know, someone of a higher power than any of us. Like, no, don't do that. So, you know, also the don't think I'm stupid flipping scenario goes in there as well. If you really truly are, you know, having a bad time with it, then try and look like you're a woman if you feel like a woman. You're never going to resolve it if you wear your beard, have short hair, Just stick on a bit of makeup and a dress and look like a bloke. That ain't going to change. Look like feel like a woman. Dundee had it right. Just checking. If you want to identify as a whatever, you can, but when they dig you up in 1,000 years, you wonder if male or female. That's it. Yep. Yeah, it's the issue is they think they are. So why should I have to change anything? You only think it. It's not real. You think, therefore you are. Well, great, you are. But I don't have to believe that. There's two genders. Scientifically speak, well, we have hermaphrodites, so I would have to say probably there are three. Because some people have both. No fault of their own. And they don't have issues. They don't come out saying, well, I think I'm a male or I think I'm a female. He's a millionaire and thought, yes, I am. So therefore, but you should give me $1 million. Between you, I think everybody should give me $1 million because I think I'm a millionaire. And then I'll be a billionaire. But I don't ask people to flipping view me as anything other than I am, even if I think I'm a millionaire. That's just be crazy. You know what I mean? I think I'm a superstar. Does that mean you have to, look up to me in that? No, it just means I think I am. Just checking. Look how many think they sold Forrest Fenn's poem. Everyone knows it was me that sold it. Dude, that's probably the funniest thing I've seen tonight. I'm more likely to believe Dave Man from the East trusted. I'm sorry. I'm more likely to believe that he found it. If you think you are a woman, the plumbing gotta go. Yeah. Yeah, but it's not just that, Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. But, the whole change has to be done. All of it. Stop messing about. Basically, you're a gay bloke who wants an excuse. That's it. And nobody cares if you're a woman or a bloke. Like, the issue with your mental health, yes, care about that. But whether you're a woman or a bloke doesn't matter to me. I don't care. The fact that you're happy in your lifestyle or whatever, that's good. But don't. Oh, it's just sickening to see people with beards and makeup and looking, to me, what I consider stupid. And that doesn't make you a woman because you've got, because you look like that. It doesn't make you a woman. It really doesn't. Trusted, you've been knocked off. This is more funnier. Sperm cannot fertilize a turd. And that takes us back to what came first, the man or the egg, or the woman or the egg, or whatever. So that would be, did man come first or did the woman come first? Because the sperm fertilizes the egg. So without the sperm, no fertilization. Without the egg, no fertilization. So now it's not just a case of did the man come first? Did the woman come first? Did the egg come first? Did the sperm come first? It's like we're all created. These things don't just happen. Like you don't have a snake egg before the snake. You don't have a lizard egg before the lizard. You don't have a duck egg before the duck. You don't have whatever those eggs are. We're all eggs. Everything. Most things in the world are eggs from the beginning. If it's life, not trees and stuff like that. But well, I suppose you could call a seed an egg. But just living things. Most of them are eggs. So it's not just a case of what came first, the chicken or the egg. It's everything. Everything was an egg. So what came first? It doesn't work like that. I'm sorry, it doesn't work like that. You'd have to be billions and billions and billions of years to have Darwin's thing, take place. Evolution. It's just not, survival of the fittest, yeah. But, cats turn into different types of cats. Dogs turn into different types of dogs. That's it. Horses may turn into different types of horses and, donkeys, mules, etc. Those sort of things I can get. But Nah, the rest of it, no. No, no, no. Just because a person has a protrusion at their urethra doesn't mean they have balls. Balls to that. No, every male has balls. Well, I think every male's had an Adam's apple. That's supposed to be the way that you could tell, supposedly. Can't see mine. Adam. That must have been where the apple got stuck. I don't really think people have both a womb and ovaries and a penis and a testicle. One testicle? That was Hitler. Even when women don't get preggo, they absorb sperm into other cells and carry the DNA from every guy they've done. Ooh, that's a bit yucky. Just look at Biden. I don't know about that bloke. Like his eyes, they look, especially in that garbage comment, that's almost AI type look. That is. Like, I don't know. Evil eyes. Dark, blank. I'm sure he never used to have those sort of eyes when he was younger. Dark, blank, evil eyes. Fancy calling half the nation garbage. That's just like, just coming out of the average person's mouth. You know, it's bad enough to saying that, you know, so many million people are garbage, but from the president, who's supposed to represent these people that you think are garbage, that's just crazy. And like nobody's in uproar. Like the Democrats, yeah, it don't mean nothing. What? Add an apostrophe, it's all good. What? If they were both sexes, then they could impregnate themselves. Yeah, so that's what I was saying about hermaphrodites. You know, nature finds a way, so maybe they could, but like I say, they only think it. That's the issue, and I don't think they do think it. I think it's just an excuse to say, "Well, I'm gay," but you know, if I tell people I'm only gay because I'm a woman, Biden doesn't even know what he is. A thief, perhaps. The mother of the universe came first. I don't know. I'm not going to argue about that, but Mother Nature, Father Time. Mother Nature, Father Time. No time, no nature. If I don't know. I don't know. Father Time. I don't know. Man-made time. I don't think that's the time they're talking about, but you see, time is beginning and end. From the start to the end. Yeah, definitely Father Time. Nature can't exist unless there's no existence. Let's call it a draw. Well, what planet is he is on? A cell is an egg. Hey, Sandy Johnson. It only matters who they think you are. Yes, it only matters who they think you are. How many people do we think Forrest is? Is he DB Cooper? Is he a Mega Man? Is he a Burning Man? Is he, you know, these people that Frank thinks he is and other people think he is? Who is Major Forrest Fenn? Really? And is it time? One of my grandmother's neighbours lost a testicle from a bar on a side bicycle. Oh, I've been there, but I didn't lose mine. But I've been on the bar on a bicycle, and it hurts. I can tell you that now. I guess a sperm can also do that to dude on dude encounters too. Easy. Do what? Can't make her pregnant, though. Did they find it? I don't think they went looking for it. I think, you know, a fox came along and took it. thought it was an egg. The deep state runs the country. 100%. But the deep state is Democrat. In the old days, doctors only used their eyes to tell sex. Today we have X-ray, MRI, and DNA. Too bad that kid might have become a great BMX racer, but he did not have the ball. That reminds me of the interview rally that Trump did with those swimmers, those female swimmers, saying ain't gonna be no men in your team. She gave a really good speech. That girl did. Katie, I think her name was. You know, truth is the truth. That's the issue. Mother Nature. Yeah, Mother Nature. Time and nature. What a team. A vote for Trump is a vote for Musk, seeing as he is the one that is going to write the budget. Well, no, he isn't going to write the budget. The American people are going to write the budget. That's what this is all about. So the budget is going to be made according to those that need it the most, which will be, homeless veterans and, the people on the streets, the old people, how to cater for those people that, have been abandoned. I heard somebody say they're going to vote for Kamala because she gave them some diabetic medicine stuff. What? Come on. And, the only reason she's done it is because it affects her mum. So she's changed the whole financial system that she's got in place because her mom can have cheaper medicine. Crazy. It's like, oh, my mom suffers, so what I'll do is I'll make it cheaper so she can, Listen, you're cheating the system. You have become a millionaire because of all the information that you got shadily and, businesses that you've bought into. And you're worried about your mom being diabetic and the cost of her medicine. You selfish bitch. You should be ashamed of yourself. If you're my sister, I don't slap flipping women, but if you're my sister, I'd give you a right telling off if you're my sister. Don't make your mom pay for her flipping medicine, you stupid woman. In fact, if you watch this, Kamala, I'm talking to you, don't make your mom pay for her medicine. Don't even use that as an excuse. Oh, the diabetic medicine for my mother, she has to pay so much. What? Are you serious? You let your mom buy her medicine and you change the price of it because it helps your mom. Now, I can't believe what you say anyway, because everything you say is a lie. I come from a middle class family in Canada. Dad's a professor. Went to this college. So middle class to me, girl. And I don't even live in America. But Canada, a middle class American family. Then you put pictures in your book, in a plantation where you have maids that are supposed to be your grandmom. Crazy. I vote for Camel Toe. Sorry. Commie Law. No. Kamala. There's a vote for never mind. We've had 4 years of it. Yeah. But the thing is, you've had more than 4 years of it because in recent history, most of it's been democratic. And most of it hasn't been good. It has not been good. It's just got worse now. Because they're desperate now. They realise that those people they thought they could rely on forever and ever and ever have woken up. You can't have Hispanics anymore. You can't have Muslims anymore. You can't have blacks anymore because they've woken up to, you don't give a shit about them. You don't care about them. You thought they would toe the line forever and ever and ever. And yes, the Democrat is the plantation that you kept them on, enslaved. But now they've woken up and you don't like it. And you say, how dare you not vote for a black woman? Not sexist, not racist. Quite openly say it though. How dare you not vote for a black woman? You afraid of a woman? No. We just don't like a woman who can't do the job. Going to be big budget cuts with the swamp drains. Yeah, I think once you drill, baby, drill. Once, they talk about electric this and blah, blah, blah. You need the energy to make those electric things that you're talking about. You can't make it without power. Oh, I see. You want China to do it for you. Oh, you want to buy it from abroad. Sorry. I thought you might want to make it yourselves. Sorry, Kamala and Biden. Thought, you might want America to be great. Have your own auto industry, your own steel industry, your own petroleum industry. I thought you might want to do that, but obviously not. You just want to buy it from somewhere else. Crazy. Yeah, but she's made it cheap, really cheap, so her mum can afford it. What? You've made it cheap so your mum can afford it. You're worth millions, probably billions when you release all the sneaky land deals that you've done after these hurricanes and everything else. And you can't pay for your mum's diabetic medicine. Shameful. I put my ballot in the box last Tuesday. Good on you. See, I don't care who you vote for. I honestly don't. But at least have a reason. Don't say you're doing it because she's black. Don't say you're doing it because she's a woman. Don't say that, the world isn't going to shit. There ain't going to be World War III. Don't say that inflation's great. Don't say that, food prices are great. Don't say that gas prices are great. Don't give me all that bullshit. You know what I mean? Like the truth, and all over the world, not just in America, the truth is there are politicians that have been bought or blackmailed or whatever that are ruining every country that they're in charge, including this country, which pees me off. It's a good job I'm not in politics. All the celebrities on the Diddy list are endorsing, yes. Well, not just, they're not just, yeah, I suppose you could say gunpoint, but basically blackmailed, aren't they? They just J-Lo cry like a baby endorsing it. Yeah, they're all there. Even her, even Camel Law, she's there. She went there. Kardashians, they're all there. Even her mum. I want Trump gas prices. Yes, who doesn't want Trump gas prices? Trump era food price would be great again, yeah. But and it's not going to happen like January 20th, job done. It's going to take a while for everything to settle down. Even the stock prices. I can't believe the Democrats are trying to take credit for that. The stock prices are going up because they think Donald Trump's going to be president. That's why the stock prices are going up. It's got nothing to do with Democrats. It's because they know what, when he gets in, it's drill, baby, drill, and all these things are going to get sorted. That's why the stock prices are going up in anticipation of Donald Trump being president. It's got nothing to do with Biden or Kamala Harris. Nothing. Absolutely nothing to do with them. It's not the way they're running the country. It's the way that the people are anticipating the country is going to be run. So people are getting ahead of the game. That's all it is. Got nothing to do with them. Well, I don't think so anyway. I'm not an expert on these things, but trust me, it ain't because of Kamala Harris and Biden. It's because they think Trump's going to get into power. She's not black. She's Asian Indian. Yeah, just, it depends what you call black now, doesn't it? Of color. A person of color, they'll say. A person of color. I'm a person of color. I'm a person of two colors. She's also a Syrian Jew. Common sense isn't common. Well, I think Donald Trump is the common sense party. I don't think you should change from Republicans to common sense. Do you give them a fish or teach them how to fish? There you go. Teach them how to fish. It's like you have to be Solomon wise. You have to be like, okay, then I'll cut the baby in half and give you half each. A Democrat says, yeah, cut the baby in half. Why not? Cut the baby in half, give us half each. And the real mother, who's a Republican, says, no, give the baby to her then. If it means that you're going to kill the baby, I'd rather she had the baby. And he says, oh, you must be the mother then. It's not difficult. It's not difficult. One person thinks this way, one person thinks another way. You know who that person is or what type of person that person is. Stoof voted for camel law. He's an Antifa type. It's like when they did all that stuff, the Black Lives Matter bull always annoyed me. Like even in our country when they were taking the knee, when they were doing their football matches and that, it drove me nuts. Like I'm not against Black Lives Matter, no, but all lives matter. And I think it's racist to just say that Black lives matter. Like yellow lives, red lives, white lives, everybody matters. And the amount of destruction and death that they caused, no, they don't care about life. They don't care about life. That's why she's not a Christian. Stoof, anti-Reagan, gotta be a never Trumper too. Wow. White men for camel. They're not men. That's one thing. Like they're trying to get rid of the gender. They're trying to say that everybody's just the same. And yet in doing so, they're arguing that you're not voting for a woman. That's just hypocritical. You want everyone to be treated the same because we're all the same. These transgenders, blah, blah, blah. Nobody should be, victimized. These illegal immigrants, they haven't done anything wrong. They're not criminals. They crossed the border illegally. That makes them a criminal. As soon as they step foot in the country. That makes them a criminal, Kamala. Makes them a criminal. So if there's 10 million, you got 10 million criminals. Why are you saying none of them are criminals? They broke the law just crossing into your country illegally. Well, we have to look after these people. You're picking on them. Well, they're criminals. They're criminals. There's no way around that. They're criminals. Illegal immigrants. Not legal immigrants. Illegal. Makes them criminal. So you talk some rubbish. You must think everybody's stupid. They're illegal. They crossed the country illegally, makes them a criminal. Apart from the ones you flew in, they're still illegal, but you just said, I'll tell you what, rather than go through the process, you're a legal immigrant now. Because I say so. Dictatorship come to mind there. Black is an African American, usually with slave ancestry. But how would you know? How would you know that? Even they don't. Some of them don't know that. And this is bull about slavery. Slavery started in Africa. The Africans sold the slaves to the white people. And the white people were the first to abolish slavery before the black people. Black people still had black slaves. It's a whole load of bullshit. Absolute bullshit. If it weren't for the black people enslaving their own black people, the whites wouldn't have even done it. They only did it because they saw the black people doing it to themselves. So, we'll have some of them. We'll buy them off you. So how would you know? It's like this reparation. How would you know? If you're just colour, does that mean that some black people owned slaves? You want reparation for, a black person, only some black person. It's just crazy. Come, chameleon. I voted for Ross Perot. Oh. I probably, if I was an American, I probably would have voted for Donald Trump, but closely followed by Tulsi Gabbard. I think she has, apart from being pretty, but that's not why I vote for her. But she actually went to war. She actually saw, firsthand the death and destruction and the absolute waste of it. She was in a Democratic Party that wasn't so radical and communized, and has some common sense, ideas. And she probably would have brought, RFK Jr. and people like that along with her as well. But for someone who is going to be respected by the world powers, I don't know if she would have gained that respect, instantly. She'd get more than Kamala, that's for sure. And she'd stand the ground, just like I was talking about Margaret Thatcher before. She wouldn't be no pushover. And she understands, the implications of all the messages that she would be giving. But I think Donald Trump would gain instant respect once he gets back into power. I think people will know that it's, what's that word? Tariffs. Like, toe the line, or you don't do business with us. It's that simple. Build in our country, or you don't. You pay. So that's not nasty. That's just common sense. So yeah, I think it's all good. I hope it's all good. I hope there's no issues, but they pin on the brightest name because tourists kiss. I hope not. I kissed it. Kamala has more pantsuits than more. Yeah. Yeah, and some of them don't look too good on her. I have to admit, some days she looks quite presentable. Quite a nice person. Then she opens her mouth and it's like, oh god. No, sorry about that. But the first slave owner in America was a black man. Yeah, he was. That's what I was saying. Absolutely right. But his son. See, this is how it works. This is what upsets people. So his son didn't get his land because his son was a slave. So the white man that lived near them had his land. Don't think that's right, but that's how the law was. So that's what happened. A lot of black slaves will find out their ancestors were slave owners. Yeah. Kamala comes from slave owners. Yeah, absolutely. I believe that 100%. Thanks, Moni. Irish, whatever, but I think the person she had in her book was her nanny, the person that looked after her when she was growing up. And that, what she's wearing is not, your average middle class girl in that picture. And many of them have found that George Washington is your father, according to them. Well, again, it's not who you are, it's who you can make them think you are. There's not one black in America that was a slave. All in this economic slavery. Yeah, that's the issue. They talk about reparation, but you're paying people who were never in slavery. Like, you can't pay a debt that happened 100 odd years ago or more. That's just crazy talk. It does need to be recognised, but like I say, black people had black slaves and they didn't think it was an issue. So why should white people feel guilty about it? I'm not saying that because, I'm white and I don't know who my ancestors are, but it's the fact that it doesn't happen now, the fact that people are equal now, which is what, nothing that Kamala and Biden are trying to get. They're trying to make everybody hate each other, everybody fight each other, everybody separate, so you can get a job because you're a certain type of person, not because you're qualified. It's just a crazy way of living. I've been to Mount Vernon. Absolutely beautiful there. Don't know where that is. She grew up in Canada. Yes, she did. She visited her father. It's like, and it's not a middle class it wasn't middle class, and she didn't grow up in a middle class home. So basically, most of the stuff that comes out of her mouth is a lie. Literally, most of the stuff that comes out of her mouth is a lie, and the rest of it is just hodgepodge jumble of words that don't mean anything. I'm burdened by what has been. Well, what has been is like 4 years of you silly woman. Like, we need to move forward. No, there's no going back. Well, you've just been in charge for 4 years. What do you mean there's no going back? Move forward from what? From you. You want to move forward from what you've just done, and you don't go back to what you've just done. Like, turn the page. What, from what you're doing? It's like, it's crazy. You're talking like you weren't in power. The whole Democratic Party's talking like they weren't in power, and media the same thing. It's like, we need change. Yeah, you do need change. It's change from you, change from what you're doing. It's like they're saying all the right things for what the Republicans should be saying. And they're accusing the Republicans of doing what they're doing, like all the rhetoric and everything. It's like you're just projecting everything that you're doing wrong, everything that you're doing, you're saying that Donald Trump is doing. And you're saying that you need to get away from what you've just done. Let's turn the page. Turn the page from the 4 years we've just had. Let's move forward from the 4 years we've just had. It's like, you're not moving forward, are you? You're still in power now. Let's do it now. Like, go to Biden and say, Biden, really, I should be in charge. Really. But I'll screw it up if I am. So you have to pretend to be in charge. Because, you've been voted unfit to stand trial. And you should be in jail. But you're unfit. And I should really be running the country because you're unfit. But I'm worse than you, so I can't run the country. So you pretend to run the country, and what we'll do is we'll close the borders and won't fly people in, and we'll do this, and we'll do that, and do the other. And we'll try and get this country back on track. Are they doing that? Of course not. She couldn't run the country. She tried. Biden can't run the country because he's unfit. He can't stand trial because he's unfit. Guilty as heck, but can't stand trial because he's unfit. But he can run your country. If that is not a weaponized justice system backed by a load of billionaires, I don't know what is. If Google, Facebook, and everyone else hide in the fact that Hunter Biden did not sell your country out, I don't know what happened. I really don't. If that is not Harris's cocaine that they found in the White House, I don't know whose it is. I will bet my life it's her cocaine. I will bet my life that half the time she's on those interviews, she's high. And if you really wanted proof, go back to when she was Attorney General. Listen to how she sounds. Then listen to how she sounds now. And tell me that her nasal passage has not been eaten away. Because she sounds so much different now. Her voice has changed because she's... And the way she talks, it's because... some say it's because she's drunk. She ain't drunk. That's not drunk. I've seen people drunk and I've seen people high on drugs, and she is high on drugs. Man from India said, in India, there are people everywhere. You turn over a rock and somebody will be under it. They paid them $40 on a mule at the end of the Civil War. In India, sometimes when you rub a bottle, you find one too. Liar, liar, pants on fire. We are burdened for what she's been. I come from a middle-class home. Americans have aspirations and dreams. And we dream of aspirations and imagine to be unburdened by what has been. with our aspirations and our dreams as Americans. That's what it sounds like. So what the fucking heck are you talking about? Trump cannot get positive media because the media. Yeah, that's just like I can't process it. It's like all of these things are illegal that's going on, in the sense that they are slandering him every day, and every one of them is a court case. Like they should all be in jail by now. Like the stuff that they're saying, literally, is a court case every day, and impeachment for inciting riots, like or assassinations. It's like, listen, your rhetoric is causing people to do this, this, and this, and this. And it's been proven to be a lie. He's not with 2025. That's nothing to do with him. He didn't say that these people in Charlotte were good people. It's all been proven wrong. And they still say it now. He's a fascist, he's a racist, he's this, he's that, he's that. No, he's not. He's nothing like that. He's a dictator. No, you are. You're the dictator. You're the one that ousted a president. You're the one that didn't get any votes. It's like everything that you're doing wrong, you're saying it's him, to take the attention away from you doing it. But it's you doing it. And how people can't see it, I just don't know. I really don't know how you can accept the fact that she just threw out Biden and ran. It's like, that's crazy. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. And it goes back to, he's not fit to run. He's not fit to be in court. So he shouldn't be fit to run as president. So she should be in charge. That's how it works, isn't it? Like, he has to step down, she steps up. But she can't do it. So she doesn't want to step up because she'll be found out. And then no one will vote for her. So now they leave Biden in charge. Not in charge at all. Obama, Pelosi, Hillary, that idiot in charge of BlackRock. Those people are running the country. Not him, not her. I think she's a wino. She's definitely on drugs, 100%. Hey, Lewis. Took too long to log in. The coke was absolutely hers. Yes, absolutely hers. It begs belief how they can get away with all this stuff. And it just proves that the FBI and the CIA, I mean, you've only got to look at the Senate hearings to know that they don't want it sorted. You've only got to look at, through history, how much media attention there was with Ronald Reagan and all the other people, John Lennon and anyone else that was shot, and how little there's been with 2 assassination attempts on a person trying to be president of the United States. Like, your mainstream media just said, yeah, it doesn't matter. What? Someone trying to be president of the United States, a previous president, has been shot and has another assassination attempt. Well, 2 more that they haven't been speaking about. So 4 that I know of. And you're not covering it? What? You don't want them to have any good publicity? That's crazy. And you're not, biased in any way at all, are you? Title. That is abuse for. Yes, like, he should be in jail anyway, just for that. They should all be. Like, she should be in jail for lying to the American people about how he wasn't fit to run office in 2020. Like, when I first saw him, I was like, no, he can't run. He hasn't got his faculties there. He should be in an old people's home. And obviously it got worse and worse and worse. But even when he first went in, he shouldn't have been in there. And she's worse than him. And that, I have no, dog in the fight, in the sense that, I want to win. As in, I'm running for office. She's worse than him. Her and Hunter forgot where they left their stuff. Yeah, somebody came in, they put it in a locker, and then it's like, oh, where do we put it? Yeah, and that's just it. They don't want her in charge of the country because she'll screw up and she'll get no votes. And she can't hide behind the fact that she should change the border, she should sort out inflation, she should sort out the gas prices, etc., etc. She can't do those when she doesn't want to do those because if she gets into office, she won't do those things. So she's not going to put them in place now, and everyone can blame Biden instead of her. Well, I don't know about Obama. Michelle seems to be saying, he seems to be like one of those gay men for bloody Kamala people. Obama does. Seems like Michelle's got the balls and he hasn't. Biden steps down from Kamala becoming president for 2 months. What? No. Don't let her become president at all. But, the Department of Defense Minister will backfire on the left and some warnings. Yeah, it's just a crazy world that those on the far right aren't too different from those on the far left. I think the DNC will be sued for putting work without a single. I just can't believe that. Like, that's just. I just don't get it. I really don't. And they're still running on saying that he wants to be a dictator, and it's like, but that's exactly what you're doing now. And you want to get rid of free speech, and you want to get rid of guns. You want to defund the police. You want to do all these things that a dictator would do. And you're saying that Donald Trump is a dictator. Come on. If you're a Democrat, wake up. Wake up. You don't get rid of free speech if you're in a democracy. You don't get rid of people's guns and have the right to protect themselves if you're in a democracy. It's like, what you do? You don't become president of the United States without people voting for you in a democracy. It's like you failed on the three most important things that is the United States. That's what the United States is. The First Amendment, the Second Amendment, and having the votes to run for president, to be elected by the people, for the people. That's what America is. And you've gone against the three most important things, and people are still voting for you. Wake up, Democrats. You're not in a Democrat nation. You're not even a democracy. You're a republic. Wake up. You are just becoming Chinese. That's it. Or Russian. That's it. There is no Democrat left in that party. They left and went to the Republicans. Well, they didn't leave, apparently. The Democratic Party left them because they got so stupid in their policies and their ideas. They were no longer the way the Democrats think. You're not voting for Democrat people. You're not. It's time they woke up. This whole movie we are watching play out is way bigger than most think. Some mind-blowing is about to go live. Well, I hope so, Lewis. I hope you have an insight into what's going on. I'm looking forward to Donald Trump being in charge and Elon Musk. I'm looking forward to Gary Gensler getting kicked off. They are all on the Epstein list. What? Which list? His list or did his list? Or both on the same list? Lewis, it is huge. We are burdened by what has been. Absolutely burdened. Or even me. Even our country. Like, what happens in your country happens in ours. It's that simple. We have your McDonald's and everything else. We have the only thing that hasn't happened is guns. But you normally start a trend and we'll follow it, or we start a trend and you follow it. But, I'd rather have Elvis than the Beatles, though. They took out Diddy to have videos over all of the celebs. Well, More fool them though, isn't it? Just I tweeted it. I hear Diddy video Will Smith and go sex up. Yeah, Joe Rogan's got the info if you want it. Go to Joe Rogan. He'll tell you he's got the list. Well, he won't tell you personally, but he's got the list. I'm not bothered with it. I don't care. I'm just jealous that I haven't been with some of them women. But there you go. The Democrat coalition is made up for abortion-seeking women scheme. Listen, if I had the money, I would set up a foundation where there were no abortions, where every child would go there and get raised, and whatever. Because it's just it's sickening. It really is sickening. And then you hear so many stories that so many people want children, and it just doesn't happen. Just crazy, crazy, crazy. DRPK, don't know what that stands for. The Democrat coalition is made up of skin color bias version. Yeah, just I don't know, just crazy people. They're really crazy people. Like some woman was on a video saying, "Oh, I'm woke. I am." You don't even know what woke is. Woke started in the 80s. Like woke's out of date now. You're just crazy woman. You're just a crazy woman. Some woman bragging on about being a single lady with a cat. It's like, what? Not Taylor Swift. And even that statement, like, what a stupid statement to make. I don't suppose your boyfriend, your famous boyfriend, takes too kindly of you saying that you're a single woman with a cat. You're not a single woman. You may have a cat, but you're not a single woman. I like Taylor Swift, but I don't like that statement. That statement's pathetic. You're not a single cat lady. Just, you're not. Not when you made the statement. Unless, you told him to get stuffed and he doesn't know. Biden won because he had a black female on the ticket. No, I think he won because they cheated. I think that's how they won. They're saying they didn't cheat. They're saying there's no proof, but of course there is. Even now, even as we speak, there's still cheating going on. Megyn Kelly says Epstein is alive, and that wouldn't surprise me. Best way to, be safe is to be dead. Anyone know about King? No. I'm waiting for the San Andreas fault to break up. I've got to get my peeps out of Kelly. Well, according to, bearing in mind there are going to be some fake prophets, there's going to be a big earthquake. Now, you could read this two ways. There's going to be a big earthquake that splits America. So it could be a real earthquake, or it could be this election that separates, half of America from the other half, in the sense that you've got Democrats and Conservatives. So whilst it's not believable, in the simple sense of the word, that there's going to be an earthquake that splits America, just like, South Africa's splitting at the moment. Whilst it's hard to believe that, and more easy to believe that you're separated because, Democrats and Conservatives, if there is a God and you want to make a point, I think that would be a good point if we split America in half. In the beginning, there was void and nothingness. In the space of nothingness, and into the nothingness came thought, purposeful, all pervading, and it filled the void there. I agree with the nothingness, but the thought creating that existed, no matter, only force, a movement, a vortex, a vibration. The purposeful thought filled the void. Abortion was invented to rid the rich Yankees of the poor blacks. They weren't happy that they won the Civil War. Well, they still get rid of the blacks. That's the whole point, that I was saying. This abortion that these people, black women are having their babies killed. And they're voting for Kamala because she's a black woman. you realise, there aren't going to be that many blacks in the country if all the babies are aborted. I think if you look at the statistics, there's a lot more black children that are dying than white or, any other colour. I hate to talk in those terms, but we were having small tremors yesterday here in Montana. No one mentions it. Yeah, well, maybe, there will be signs on the earth and in the heavens, says God. I'm not going to argue with it. And where did the thought come from if there was nothingness? I think it was a fart bill. Abortions were taken care of in the home before Big Pharma and the government got involved. There are natural resources used. Yeah, it's not as big an issue as they've made it out to become. Like, there's not 50% of the American population that wants an abortion. There isn't. But when you got these supposedly men saying, well, I think women's rights, this, and no, that's not what this is about. They don't care about women's rights. They care about killing people, little children. They care about changing the man and woman way of life. They want to make everybody the same. They want to destroy kids so they can't have kids. Like, they've gone from aborting babies to now stopping your children having children. They're sick people. They are sick people. You're killing babies so there's less people on the earth, and then you're changing kids so they can't have kids. And worse than that, in the change, some of them die. So again, they're getting rid of Americans. They're not getting rid of the immigrants. They're getting rid of the Americans. Those are the ones that are dying. So you're not having this this perpetuation of more Republicans. There's less Republicans that are growing up and an influx of immigrants that are going to vote Democrat. But this has all been planned years and years ago. It started with the blacks and the Hispanics and that when they first came in. And now it's moved on because, blacks and Hispanics and Muslims and those that have been in the country have grown out of Democrats. They've seen the light, apparently. In the Old Testament, which turns by God to serve his sister and the wicked that never lives one king. Yes, but they're all like that. You could say the same about David. You could say the same about Solomon. You could no, Solomon was a bit better, but the people that God chose weren't like Jesus. They were bad people, and they became good either through God or through their own thoughts on what they've done. And he chose those people, and they didn't want to be. God didn't want them to rule. So God wanted to rule. He wanted to be in charge. And the people went to Moses and said, no, we want a king. We want an earthly king like all these other countries have. And then God relented and said, okay, have this man. He wasn't a good man. Have this man. Which is what I was saying earlier about the free will. If it's already planned, if it's supposed to happen, is it free will? If it's already supposed to happen. Like, as we move into what is supposed to be, the end times, it's already predicted. It's already going to happen. So are you just doing the Lord's will? He already knows what you're going to do. It's already in your mind to do it. He's able to let you do it, a bit like Forrest did. He let us choose whatever soul we wanted, even though he knew which soul we were going to get based on the information we were given. If there is free will, then surely the future can't be predicted. Think about it. If the Bible is saying that it's predicted, then there is no free will. It's how God commands it to happen. That's how it happens. Because if there was free will, it would change the future. You can choose to go outside. You can choose to stay inside. It's up to you. If you choose not to go outside, you don't get run over. Choose to go outside, you do get run over. That is your free will. But if Donald Trump is supposed to be president, then everything that Donald Trump does will affect the whole of America. If Kamala Harris becomes president, everything she does will affect the whole of America. So those two different instances means the future changes. But if God knows what the future is, then everything we do has been planned by God. Everything. If it happens that way, if it happens the way that the Bible says it's going to happen, it means everything that we do is planned. So therefore, you just have to trust the person who did the planning is doing it right, which is have faith in a maverick. I'm not, saying that Forrest Fenn is God, but I'm saying, look, if you want to get the right answer to something that's already been predicted, then you have to follow along with the person who set it all up. So if that person is God, then you have to follow God, because he's the person that says, look, this, and this is going to happen. And if God says that you shouldn't go outside for 3 days, otherwise you're going to die, when the 3 days of darkness, whatever, then don't go outside. Don't go outside. You'd be stupid to do that. You'd be stupid to do that. Even if you don't believe in God. Even if you don't believe in God, if there suddenly happens to be 3 days of darkness and you don't believe in God and you want to tempt fate and go, well, I don't believe in God. It's just a fluke, there's 3 days of darkness. I'm going out. That's just stupid. It really is just stupid. So sometimes it is either free will or it isn't. It can't be free will if the future's already predicted. That can't happen. That can't happen. It can't be both. It can't be free will and a predicted future, because you can't predict what somebody's going to do. It's impossible. Free will could change it in any given time. Now, it also, if there are alternate realities and alternate Earths, that must mean at some point all of these things are happening. Because if God created all of them, it should all run along the same lines, unless they are totally against God and they have a totally different time span, which is not good, or they're totally for God and they have a totally different time span, which is really good. But in any of them, it's all predicted. So no free will. Why do psychics advertise? I'm absolutely correct. That'd be the first time someone told me I'm absolutely correct. Thank you, Tim. When you call one up on the phone, why don't they know who it is? Short season is coming to an end. Woohoo! Don't look out of a window either. Yeah, but I think they meant that. Well, how do you mean? Open the window. Like, so you can look out the window, but you can't open the window. I dragged the metal gate around the yard in the wind with the truck to clear the weeds. Worked great. Way to go, Mr. Double Blazes. Psychics don't need phones. So why do we have them? What, psychics or phones? The 3 days of darkness may take place during the Passover. Like I say, the Bible hasn't been wrong, and people are turning against God or religion in the millions, which, has been predicted, and things are getting a bit scary, and there's signs in the heavens and the earth and whatever. All these things are taking place, and at some point soon, At some point soon, they will be turning on the politicians and the Pope and whatever else, and they'll be returning back into the building on fire or whatever, those sort of things. And it's not difficult to believe that when you see what's happening in the world. It's not difficult at all. I identify as a dog. My dogs identify me as a dog too. Oh, you must be the sequel to A Dog 1. No, during the 3 days of darkness, you can't look out of the window. But they didn't have windows, is what I'm saying. They had like gates, shutters, if they had any at all. And these are glass. So if I look out the window now, I don't actually go outside. I think that's the whole point. So in wherever it was, not religious, so I'll just say it like this. They marked the house and they ate certain stuff. Now that could have been an antidote to whatever gas or that was sprayed around that killed all the other people. So if you're a believer in God, you went in your house, you marked it, you ate this certain stuff, and you managed to live. And it's possible the same thing might happen. That there's something in the atmosphere that will kill people if they're outside, but not affect you if you're inside. However, God chooses to do it. I don't think it's, I don't know, I'm not religious, so I don't know, you might be right, Tigger, but I'm just saying, it seemed like you had to be away from whatever was outside that was going to, affect you. Psychics have tarot cards. Bill, don't try to breed with Jill. I thought that was Jack. Oh, Jill, she's what's her name's wife, ain't she? She's a nightmare, she is. The both of them together are nightmares. I don't know how they. Oh, dear. Cover your windows, Mario. Cover your windows. They're covered. I don't think there's anything I do want to look outside for. But no, they're covered. I've got blinds and curtains. According to my search. The thing is, this is the hard part though. The thing is, when do you know that it's the 3 days of darkness? So that's the hard part. Like, that's the bit I'm trying to get my head around, because it's like, I've got to look outside to know that it's dark. Or go outside to know that it's dark. So I'm in my house, I'm eating away, and I'm thinking, oh, it's got dark all of a sudden. Why has it got dark all of a sudden? I look out the window to see why it's dark. It's like, it'd be nice if someone went, oh yay, it's going to go dark for 3 days. Don't look out your windows. So you're screwed, really, because unless you know when the 3 days are going to happen, your instinct is going to be, why has it gone dark? According to my searches, Forrest Fenn had no windows on his rides to Yellowstone, only a window at school. Yes, the smell of freedom. Woohoo! He slipped out of that window down the fire escape. You will need candles and blankets, so that tells me there won't be electricity. Well, I think depending on where you are, if a nuclear bomb went off, obviously at ground zero, there'd be nothing left. But everywhere else, like, within, I don't know, 300 miles, a not negative effect, but a small effect. So if something was in the air, so you would have the pulse, the electromagnetic pulse, whatever it is, and if there's any power stations, they'd be gone. So the grid would be down. So those sort of things, it's possible that sort of thing happens. So if there is a World War III, and there are bombs going off everywhere, then there would be 3 days. There would be days of darkness because all the stuff that's in the air. So, scientifically speaking, that sort of thing could happen, which could give you 3 days of darkness. But I'm trying to think, for the Lord to do it, if it's God doing it, I don't think that 3 days of darkness would necessarily mean that he would have to take out the electricity grid. So candles could just mean another word for light, because this was wrote in, whatever year it was. They're not going to start talking about glass windows and electricity in the year. Well, the Bible was wrote before Jesus was born, so whatever before, however many hundred of years before, they're not going to talk about glass windows and light bulbs. So, they may just loosely be talking about, candles as light bulbs, or, maybe real, I don't know. Did I hear Mariah Carey on the radio already? Jill evaded the boys' last round of Christmas puppies. Do fish farts cause global warming? Not much methane there. I don't believe it is global warming, to be fair. But on the Jewish clock, the night is sunset to sunrise. Yeah, but that would depend on what time of the year it was as well. So it could be like 4 hours in the summer, or 10 hours in the winter. The prophecy said that the animals outside would be okay. Well, that sounds like a COVID attack then. Only affects certain people, which doesn't affect the electric. So, end of the line is the start asterisk. Once upon a while, the asterisk is the end of important literature. Other chapters end with bullet points. I thought they all ended up with a square. No, that's every page, isn't it? Every page with a square. Once upon a while is important literature because of the start at the end of the line. Yes, but what you need to tell him is when that's going to happen. The start at the end of the line. Did that line cross? Well, he did say an asterisk in a book that was never written, and he knew why he wrote in his logbook because of that mark that he left. If the prophecy hasn't happened, it was meant for these days with windows and electricity. Yeah, I'm not denying that. I'm just saying. I don't think it would have been wrote, mentioning all the modern technologies that we have now. So the fire from the skies could be those rockets that fell on Israel, the 200 odd and the 100 odd that they keep firing now. And no one was hurt. Now, some would say, yeah, it's because of science and, the golden shield, or whatever they call it. But that's no different than saying, well, God had a hand in that. Because if it wasn't, again, free will, if it wasn't already planned, it would only have took somebody not to invent that shield for that to be, wrong in the book, in the Bible. So planned means no free will. Everything that we do must be done according to the will of God. We just don't know it. So therefore we have to trust that the will of God is correct. It doesn't matter what you think you're going to do to change something. If it's planned, the way you think has already been planned for. If you're an obstropulous person, that's been planned into the events that take place. So they know that you'll go out of your way to do something that will stop something happening. But then something will happen to stop you doing that thing that was going to stop it happening, which is what I was talking about earlier. Sometimes you might want to do something that stops something happening, but then something else happens and you have to rethink what you're thinking. So like I said, you go out, you're going to do something, and then you go, oh, I forgot my keys. And then you go back in the house. And then what you're going to do doesn't get done when it's supposed to get done, and it's not your will anymore. Square is also a bullet point on a PowerPoint and in a bullet journal key. Yes. Wouldn't it be more fun to just have a zombie apocalypse instead of the BS the last few years? Fun and answers, an epic, maybe, but I think it's whilst you think you know what's going to happen, you don't know what's going to happen. So I think that's going to be fun, because if you believe, you still know what's going to happen. You know you're going to be saved, but you don't know what's going to happen. And if you don't believe, you don't know what's going to happen. So it'll be interesting as to, what does happen and how, those that are going to be saved are saved. The issue with that, like if you believe everything, the issue with it is only 144,000 out of 8 billion. That's probably nearly as many people that go to Donald Trump's rally. They're the only people that are going to get saved. That doesn't seem very many. And if I'm right, it's all throughout history. So it's not 144,000 people alive now. That's scary. I mean, I don't think I'm going to be one of them, because, I am not. I don't think anybody is, really, to be fair. Like, if you read the Bible, if you're true to the Lord, there are certain ways to dress, certain things to do with purple sashes and robes and whatever else. I don't do any of those things. And I don't think many people do. Some people do, but not everybody. So the best you can hope for is the repentance and, asking. That's it. That's the best you can do. Can have a filled square or an unfilled square to fill in once the task is completed. Is it not completed yet? Oh no, we still got to go. How about go and look at Steve Doc? The stars in the figure on Once Upon a While is a geographical formation that has the exact layout basically in the stone. See, this is what I say to Davey. It's like sometimes you read in chat and you think, how does that person know that? Well, I know how you can know it, but it's like, that's very specific. Volcanoes can cause darkness. One in Polynesia caused the Dark Ages. No correct. No. Yep. But what did you say? What did you say? The animals would be okay. Well, they won't be okay. So what happens is with the volcanoes, as Pompeii and those people found out, is, there's a blanket of ash and blah, blah, blah. Crops are not edible. Like the food is not edible for those animals. So, plus the the gas that's in the atmosphere and those sort of things. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm saying it's okay to say those things, but realistically, those things have an effect on the animals and on people. Because if you can't eat, you don't last long. And if you do eat and it's contaminated, you don't last long. The apocalypse has been delayed because the Easter Island figures were thought to be only heads, but now we know. Yeah, so that was something else I talked about. It's the how. Like, it was enough to imagine that I didn't think it was just the heads, but it was enough to imagine that they just did the heads. And they talk about people like, chisel and whatever. So that's not how it was made. Not only is it not how it was made, it's too heavy to move. Like, it was even made where it was. Well, it was just made where it was. Which begs the question, it's not stone. They didn't blow up a gravel pit, or what we call it, and drag it, hundreds of miles, or not even hundreds of miles, because it's a small island. So, begs the question, how did they get the stuff there? How did they get it there? How did they make it, and how did they get it there? Like, the stuff we've been told about history is bull. I see paintings on the wall of hunters, riding dinosaurs. And we're told that man wasn't around when dinosaurs was on the earth. So we're looking at a few 100,000 years ago that dinosaurs probably around the earth, not, millions. That's just how I see it, but I'm weird. Zeepock. He was in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, wasn't he? Better than hearing the wine and cocaine. Once upon a while is the important literature at the end of the line. It's the answer. But it might be the answer, but Forrest said all you needed was the poem. So if he's giving you the answer in the third book, that would be a lie. If it's a hint to the answer, then that's different. But if you're saying it's the answer, then that would mean all you have to do is wait until Once Upon a While came out and there's the answer. Again, I'll go back to you have to know what the answer is before you can find out how to get the answer. You have to know the answer is 9 before you can work out how to get the answer 9. If you don't know that the answer is 9, how are you going to get the answer? Like, the answer could be 6,500,271. That could be the answer you're looking for. It might not be the right answer, but that could be the answer you're looking for. You have to know that the answer is 9 to find the answer. You have to know what the answer is to find how to get it. Forrest said, you need a formula. You need this. You need the program. He basically said, this is what you need to do. You're not going to do it if you don't have these things. So if you know the answer, and I give you the information, here's the formula, then you blah, 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 and the catalyst, and you get this, which, I feel has been achieved. I feel, those things have been done to a large extent. To do it correctly, it has to be accepted. So to do it correctly, it has to be accepted. So everyone has to accept it. To the point where it'd be like me shaking your hand and saying hello. That's accepted. Pretty much, around the world. Handshake, that's accepted. So when this is accepted as good as a handshake, and all bets can be paid in that manner, that would be the icing on the cake. As long as secret has a base. Then, we can rest in peace then. So those things, I talked about the mansion. Wanted to build a mansion, but with this mansion came, a tennis court, swimming pool, etc., etc., etc. So the aim has been achieved, but it hasn't been finalised because all these other things, would be nice to be done as well. What if darkness doesn't mean night? What if it means evil? Yeah, but again, it could do, but evil, kills anything. It could do, but I think we've already had 3 days of darkness. And you wouldn't know. Again, it boils down to how will you know? How will you know that it's 3 days of darkness? Like, there's an eclipse. It goes dark for a bit and then it comes out. How will you know if it's the 3 days of darkness or whether it's just, a big bird in front of the sun? Bingo, Tigger. I broke the blaze. I took it home in pieces. I hate you Mises to pieces. All you needed was the poem. Was said before once upon a while. But then it would have been right for Forrest to say, all you need is once upon a while. Is light the absence of darkness? Or is darkness the absence of light? Well, I would have to say second. Because in the beginning there was only darkness. He said, let there be light. And there was light. And it shone throughout the world. I was having this talk with the vicar that did Yvonne's funeral. And I can't believe that he said it in the way that he said it, but I always understood it to be, in the beginning there was darkness. And then there was light. And he seemed to say that it wasn't. It was light all the time. I said, no, he built it all in the dark. And then said, let there be light. I didn't think that he said, let there be light, and then started doing it all in the light. But probably wrong. He is a vicar after all. But I always thought that he did, created it, blah, blah, and then said, let there be light. And there was light, and it shone across the land, and blah, blah, blah. But I could have got that wrong. I do mind being wrong, but, I don't mind being proven wrong. Acceptance is everything. Double blazes, how's that? Did you shoot it with a missile? The biddies thought Forrest would get killed by car crossing the road. Great Gatsby ended when a biddy got killed by a Gatsby car crossing the road. Rusty Redford. Yes, definitely sounds like Bill. But there may be something to that. Forrest's mother would not let him cross the street. But he said he could cross that dumb street if he wanted to. The car was the bullet in. Yeah, definitely Bill now. The car was the bullet in the Great Gatsby. It ended the party. Ah, the Boston Tea Party. Georgia O'Keeffe. I remember her. Painted from the back seat of her Model A. She was in the Steve GTA would know. She was in near the hanging tree. She was in the Arturo brothers' house. What was it called? So she painted the hanging tree, I think. Can't remember. Can't remember. It's gone. Long time ago. Well, I can't remember what that is. Is it the Untitty River near there? Was that the mine? No, there is an Untitty River, isn't there? Can't remember. Might be getting them all confused now. 5 years is a long time ago to remember all this stuff. Anyway, I think it's time. Oh, 342. CDB. Oh, close, but not no cigar. CDB. Not DBC. It was close. If you go the other way around. Oh no, it's 343 now. It's CDC. Did you know Georgia O'Keeffe? My father did, and I had lunch with her. I don't know who you're asking that. Are you asking Double Blazes, Mr. Bill Gorman? I definitely didn't know her, but know of her. She was another soul. Well, part of, the soul. And that hanging tree, whilst there's a soul there, because of the hanging tree, it could take you to Peter Pan and the hanging tree there, which was another soul, which could then take you to Rumblings and Ramblings. Old car with no body, sat on the axle, held onto the frame. TTOTC, old car, no top, sat on sofa, pushing in the back. Again, I'm not going to disagree with people because I'm not Forrest Fenn, no matter what the poem says. But as I said earlier, did we find all the Forrest Fenns? In any of the answers that you have free will to choose whatever direction you want to go in. But because Forrest knew all the answers, did he give you all the answers, knowing the sort of person you were, basically feeding you the breadcrumbs and leading you to the answer you're supposed to get from the breadcrumbs that were given? So it's like, this is the answer that I want. Where's the information that gives me this answer? And then you follow it through, and this is the answer you get. So that takes you back to the answer is 9. So whilst you might think the question was what is 3 times 3, and your answer was 9, you're replacing the 9 with a 9, so it then becomes 9 times 9, etc., etc., etc. So what is the 3 times 3 for? What's the first bit for? What's the first 9? What does that mean? How is 9 an answer? Based on the method. Everyone has a different answer in the chase. That's impossible. You don't have to think hard to believe that. That's impossible. For everyone to have a different answer and them all be right is impossible. So therefore, there must only be one answer. And that one answer does not involve all of that stuff. It involves reading the poem, because that's what Forrest said. Don't tell me you found a chest. Read me what the poem says, and it's game over. So therefore, if your solution is that you found a chest and there's no who and where in it, that can't be the answer. Because the who and the where is up to the finder. If you don't have that in your answer, how can it be up to you? Then it's important to the story. If that's not in your answer, how can it be you? If you don't understand the story, how can that be you? It's important to the story, but I'm leaving that for the finder. So therefore, whatever answer you have, you must have a story that goes with it that has a who and the where, and so on and so forth. There's lots of different things that Forrest said that says the finder is this type of person that has this type of information. And you have to have all that information, and that says you're the finder. If you don't have all that information, so that method to get that information, then you can't be the finder. And the worst or best, or however you want to look at it, is if you don't understand what Forrest is saying, you can't be the finder. Because Forrest said the information is for the finder and not for the seeker. So you have to understand what Forrest is saying. So all of those things will say that you're the finder, and all of those things will say that you're not the finder. If you continue to believe that you are the finder, even though you have none of those things, I don't know why. So you look at Dave Mann from the East and you say, right, did you understand everything that Forrest said? Clearly not, because he's suing Charlo and going to the FBI and doing this, that, and the other. So if he was the finder, he would have understood what Forrest said. He wouldn't be doing any of those things. Same with Five Leaf. I'm not picking on them, I'm just saying. Same with Five Leaf. If you're the solver, really the solver, you won't be suing anyone or be upset with anyone because you know, because Forrest is talking to the finder, you know what the answers are because Forrest is talking to you. So anyone who's upset with Forrest, things didn't go the way that it should have gone because they got this answer, it's not the finder. Because Forrest is specifically talking to the finder to help them understand what's going on. So therefore, if you turn around and say, oh, Forrest is a fraud, you're not the finder. If you're saying you've been diddled out of money, you're not the finder. If you're saying that Forrest is this, that Charlo is this, that, and the other, you're not the finder. If you don't understand, Barbara and, other stuff that's going on, you're not the finder. So you're basically calling Forrest Fenn a liar if you say you're the finder and you don't understand any of those things. Because from Forrest's own mouth, he said all of those things directly related to the finder, and you don't understand them. So therefore, you're saying my solve is correct, and Forrest Fenn is a liar. How that's going to work. Now, whilst all the information you have, again, gives you the answer, or a answer, it's not the answer with the correct solution. It's a answer with no solution. So you have the answer 9, which was given to you. Here's the answer 9. But you don't know you get the answer 9 by the 3 times 3, which is 9, by the 9 times 9, which is 81, by the 7 times 9, which is 63, which still gives you 9 in each of those cases. So knowing that the answer is 9 because you were told the answer is 9 is not the correct answer. Knowing how to get the correct answer is the correct answer. So if you're the finder, solver, however it is, you will know what Forrest Fenn said. You will know why the story is real, the treasure is real. That has to be part of your answer, because that's what Forrest said. The story is real, the treasure is real. You know the who and the where. You'll know the Homer Brown, why those things were said. You'll know, the little girl from India. You know all of these things. There won't be anything that you don't know to the statements that Forrest Fenn made. And then there will be, so why is it that I must go? you'll have all this information. You know, what if you're braving in the woods? You'll have all of that information. If you don't have all of that information, then it's hard to believe that you're the person that Forrest Fenn was talking to. Her property was up by... That's it. That's the one. Not Umtiti. Umtiti is the mine. Aberquee is the river. Umtiti is the mine. Aberquee. That's similar. It's a long time ago. I did read the poem to him. He asked me to read it to him, so I did. I think 3 Days of Darkness will be a demon-possessed zombie apocalypse. Maybe. That wasn't worth anything, Bill. Her property was up. Oh, I read that. Yes, yeah. Again, it's another solve. More information, but is it Tony the Tiger? They're great. All right. I don't know what that is. Now you're talking my language. I don't know what that was about. Apocalypse. Oh, yeah. Or the tiger in the tank. SO, is that? I got a song about Albuquerque and Santa Fe. I've got a song that'll get on your nerves, get on your nerves, get on your nerves. I've got a song that'll get on your nerves, get on your... No, okay. Busy night. Yes, I'm going now. Forrest said he spent a night in Albuquerque jail. Ooh, who else spent a night in one of those jails? I was watching him, David Paisan, the other day. He said he thinks the finder is losing faith in Forrest. If you have lost faith in Forrest, you can't have the correct solve. Impossible. Yeah, you don't lose faith in Forrest. You just lose faith in other searchers. Forrest ended the chase with a magic bullet. Stoof even quoted it. He also said he did not want to reward an average searcher. Forrest must have pissed someone off to spend the night in jail in Albuquerque. So, no, he might have just wanted to find out what it felt like. Song is Do You Know the Way to Santa Fe? Oh, I thought it was Amarillo. Do you know the way to Santa Fe? Something like that. What's the Amarillo one? Yellow, isn't it? Yellow. What's the Amarillo song? And then I'm going. It's 4 a.m. All bar 6 minutes. Was San Jose. Yeah, San Jose. But what was the Amarillo song? I can't even remember. I'm getting this a long way to Tipperary. Don't know. Can't think. The yellow something or other. Not the yellow submarine. Have you seen the road to San Jose? Saint Jose. Amarillo by morning. Yes, Jeff. And Mr. Double Blazes. Amarillo by morning. That's Texas, isn't it? But not a yellow jacket. Yellow jacket. That's another solve. That's in Wyoming, isn't it? Yellow jacket. Yellow jacket. Hobart. Wilson. There's one more up there. Or down there. Wilson, Hobart, Wilson. No, must be too early in the morning. I can't think. My version is like Breaking Bad version, punk rock. Well, I thank you all for your 22 people visiting and your 4 and any of those that came before and disappeared. Santa Fe means holy faith. Reminds me of that film, Tigger, with the monk with the bad leg and the scissors and the bell. Ding, ding, ding. Is this the chest that is in the book? TTOTC, says Stoof. Forrest answers yes. However, don't tell me you found a chest. I don't want to know about it. If you ain't listening by now, you ain't gonna. True. True, true, true. Yeah, somebody already told me we found a chest, and that went to Heritage. Don't tell me you found a chest. Maybe tell me where you found a chest. Because if you tell me where, I'll go get it for you if you have a handicap. Have a great morning, Mario. Thanks for everything. Thank you, Jeff. No problem. My morning will be spent sleeping for a bit and then waking up when people start going to work. Its real name is La Villa Real de la Santa Fe de San Francisco de... What the... What? The royal home of the Holy Iron Faith of San Francisco, the Pope, or something. Oh, you got it there. Why don't I just read that? The royal town of the Holy Faith of St. Francis of Assisi. There you go. Why don't I just read that instead of trying to work it out? Watch V equals 9, another 9. PhD, need a crutch. pH is the acid. That's part of a clue as well. pH. Another 9 and an A and a 0. I can't think what those others mean. Oh, Estes. That could have been almost. Estes Park, Colorado. I was just trying to get the serendipity stuff or synchronicity stuff or whatever it's called. So, thank you, one and all. It's been a pleasure. And 4 likes, did I say? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ciao for now. Take care. Thank you, Major Forrest Fenn.